with me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Live. You know what it is. Post up and take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me on the program tonight. So excited about tonight's show because it's the first post-draft of the Command Post Live. And there's been so much talk about the draft leading up to it, then the actual draft taking place. You know, there was so much commentary from so many different people, whether there were fans of the team, non-fans of the team. Everyone's got an opinion when it comes to the draft. It doesn't matter. And so there's been so much said about this draft class for Washington. 8 picks is what Washington made. Went into the draft with 6, came out with 8 selections. We talked about all the needs that Washington had, all the holes that they needed to fill. They plugged quite a few of them via the draft. Not everybody was pleased with the players that they selected to plug those holes. Not everybody was pleased with what they deemed to be the value Washington got out of those picks. Felt like they left some talent on the draft board at the time of some of the selections that were made, especially the ones made in the first 2 days of the draft. So there were a lot of different opinions about the draft, and everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's why I talk about I love this time of the year, because it's hard to find 2 people that agree on the draft, or 1 player or 2 players, let alone an 8-player draft. It's hard to find 2 people that feel exactly the same way about 8 selections that are being made. Then you take into consideration what players were on the board at the time of some of these selections. And, well, you know, everyone thinks they're a draft beatnik and guru this time of the year. So they've got a board in their head and they've got what players they think are best. And so, you know, everyone's board is set up different. Everyone is looking at these players from a different lens. And so you get these long list of players that they want, and then when they don't get them, they get frustrated, they get upset, and the full spectrum of emotions is on full display when it's draft season. And so the last few days, just listening to all of the feedback, whether it's the talking heads on one of the networks, or fans of this team, non-fans of this team, other fans of teams in the division, talking about our draft and what it is or isn't. And so it's been really fun to kind of take in everything. But, you know, at the end of the day, and I tell you guys this all the time, all we got is us. So at the end of the day, all I really care about is the opinion of those who cheer for the burgundy and gold like myself. So, you know, it's fun to listen to people that, you know, are objective in what they think of the draft. It's fun to listen to teams that have to compete against us. It's fun to listen to fans that are non-Washington fans and have no rooting interest for any of the teams in this division. They're a fan of another team outside of the division and what they think, because they're also being somewhat objective. But at the end of the day, it's all about what you guys and how I feel about this team and what was done. And, you know, listening to Ron Rivera and Mark Mayhew throughout this entire process and what they were thinking about. We talked about that. I've done a video on that, uploaded that. You guys have consumed that already, had a chance to do that. That's why I wanted to get a lot of those videos out nice and early. So, you know, whatever your schedule was, you were able to catch it and then be able to come here tonight and have the discussion about what you felt like they were trying to get done and accomplished via this draft. I thought that the interview that Ron had with Julie Donaldson right after the draft met its conclusion was also a huge admission about some of the things they wanted to get done and what some of the roles of some of the players will be moving forward. So that was another nice little nugget to get from Ron Rivera. We've seen them be somewhat active in the free agent market since the draft has met its conclusion. So again, they talked about after the draft, you know, this was prior to the draft getting underway, that they were going to get back into the free agent mix. Well, they've done that. They've stuck true to their word. They've been aggressive. Ron Rivera has brought in another one of his former guards, and Trey Turner from the Carolina Panthers. And Trey Turner has had a bit of a little bit of a bumpy road after having a smooth ride early in his career. You know, 5 Pro Bowls in his first 6 years. This is a guy that has been on 3 different teams the last 3 years. You know, going back to 2020. Or 2019, excuse me, with the Panthers, then, you know, being traded to the Chargers, only being there for a year, having it not work out, then signing a one-year deal with the Steelers last season and not having that work out. He's now back with his old coaches that really got the most out of him. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Our offensive line coach, I think, is a miracle worker. We've seen the work that he's done here in Washington with guys that we weren't necessarily sold on. And so we'll see what happens, but one thing's for sure, Andrew Norwell played his best football when he was with the Carolina Panthers. Trey Turner played his best football when he was with the Carolina Panthers. And the one common denominator is our offensive line coach. So I think they have a guy that can get the most out of some of these players. They also signed wide receiver Alex Erickson. He was with Carolina last year, so he's not really truly a Panther, as a lot of you like to say now, is that combination of, ex-Carolina Panther that played for Ron Rivera, now here with the Commanders. I actually think that's a pretty dope name that someone came up with. Whomever did that, it deserves a lot of credit. It's actually a really creative and unique name, and it makes a ton of sense combining the two. That said, he actually did play with the Panthers last year. However, he was more so a Cincinnati Bengal for much of his career, and his path never crossed with Ron Rivera when he was in Carolina. So it's not one of those true, Panther type transactions, but he's a guy that a lot of people view as the replacement for DeAndre Carter, a guy that was here last year that, served as a dual purpose guy, special teams, kickoff return, punt return duties as well. Also play a little bit of receiver for us. When we were in a pinch and we were so decimated by injuries, DeAndre Carter stepped up and played the receiver position, a huge role for us. So I don't really know if that's what they're looking for from Alex Erickson. I think he is an insurance policy, because even though Jahan Dotson can return kicks, I told you guys this very, clearly when we selected him. Don't look for this guy to be on special teams for very long, if at all. With how they view him and what they think his role is going to be on this football team, he's not going to be playing very much special teams. It's the same thing when we drafted Terry McLaurin in the 3rd round. One of the first things everyone said, oh, you're getting one of the best special teams players in the draft. And like, if he's as important to this offense as they're making him out to be, remember, they had him under bubble wrap that first preseason. We didn't even see him. He fell on his ass in training camp practice, and they didn't let the guy play a single snap in the preseason. And all Jay Gruden kept telling us is how great Terry McLaurin was. And then he unleashed him week 1 against the Philadelphia Eagles. And we were like, oh, that's what they were talking about. So we never saw Terry McLaurin on special teams. He was too vital to this team's success offensively. I think the same could be said for Jahan Dotson. Don't see him playing very much, if at all, any special teams. Same thing could be said for Percy Butler. It's funny because Julie Donaldson asked Ron Rivera about Percy Butler, and one of the quotes Percy Butler had for Julie was that, I can't wait to get out there and be a gunner for this football team. And Ron laughed and chuckled and said, look, I just told you that this guy may be playing 53% of the snaps for us as a safety, because our 3 safety look, we had, 53% of the time we had 3 safeties on the football field, whether it's our Buffalo nickel or he's playing, the free safety position for us, whatever the case may be. This guy's going to be on the field quite a bit defensively. I don't know if he's going to be, he said, essentially, if I tell you you're playing 53% of the snaps, you're a starter for us. I don't see him playing a ton of special teams. So what that says is, hey, Trap, come on back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. No need to welcome Trap back. He never left, and he's not going anywhere. For those of you who are Trap haters out there, man, hey, Trap is a guy that is as safe as it gets. Wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, and grab your strap. God is always blessing Trap here on this roster. And so Percy Butler, his best attribute may have been, you heard this on draft day a million times when he was selected. Oh, he's one of the best special teams players in this draft class. He might not see the light of day as a special teams player. They have a plan for him to come in and play right away. And I told you, the versatility that you saw from him on tape to play multiple positions within the safety realm. I talked about him being a single high safety. He's seeing him be a 2 high safety. You saw him play down around the line of scrimmage as a blitzer and in the box. You saw him play over the slot. So you saw him do some of everything, which is what Ron Rivera and company were looking for him to be able to do because of what they ask of their safeties, to be able to do just about everything. He's fully capable, and that's why they selected him in the 4th round. So, there's a lot of intrigue to some of these selections. And I think one of the biggest overarching themes that I listened to Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew talk about, and then you kind of listen to what Ron has said post-draft in his interviews, and then you kind of look at the body of work of these players, what is abundantly clear is that Ron has said a million times this offseason, this is a big year 3, which is why they went out and traded for Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz really disrupted the entire fabric of this offseason. They had no intentions of releasing Landon Collins, Eric Flowers, Matt Ioannidis. They had no intentions of being pretty much mum and quiet on the free agent front, except for re-signing some of their own guys. They had no intentions of giving up a 3rd round pick this year and giving up, a second potentially next year. Now, look, they were swinging for the fences in Russell Wilson, and had they gotten him, they would have given up a lot more than just a 3 this year and potentially a 2 next year. So they were prepared to give up some draft capital if that's what it took. So they were more than ready to give up whatever it took to get a quarterback here. But if they had gotten a Russell Wilson, they wouldn't have had to disrupt their salary cap, because they would have been in a position to extend him if that's what needed to be done. He could have just played under the contract that he currently had if that's what he was comfortable doing. But if you get a guy like Russell Wilson, you know what he's capable of. You can extend him right away, because you can lower that cap hit for the upcoming season, which keeps Washington in a really comfortable salary cap state for this season. And then next year, that's when the real money starts to shell out and the real hit against the cap comes. But you're already in a nice, comfortable spot from a cap perspective. And the cap probably goes up again next year, so you wouldn't be too concerned about that anyway. But in the state that we were in with $33 million worth of cap space, you trade for Carson Wentz, and that's already $28 million that you're on the hook for, because you can't restructure that deal because you're not sure what Carson Wentz is going to show up. You don't want to guarantee him any money past this season, so you have to take the 28 on the chin. It pretty much hamstrings you and puts you in a position where you've got to offload some guys that you really wanted to keep. And it really, like I said, disrupted the fabric of the offseason, but they were prepared to do that because they had to get a quarterback. Ron is in win now mode. A lot of you have talked about how big of a season this is for him. And you're right, it is a big season. Some of you have taken it to the extreme. If he doesn't win this year, he's going to get fired. That's not the case. But it is going to make his seat a lot hotter than what it's been since he's gotten here. And he understands that. And so he's taken the liberty of saying, I've got to be proactive this offseason, and I've not only got to go find a quarterback that I feel like can help us take that next step, which he's done in Carson Wentz, but I also got to get players that are ready to help this team right away. And that wasn't something that he had to worry about last year. Last year, he had the luxury of drafting players upon their potential, not necessarily how many practice reps or how many game reps they've had. Listen to how many times we heard, and Martin Mayhew actually said this last year as well, but yet he contradicted himself with the pick of Jamin Davis in the 1st round. We heard so often last year, and really more so this year, how important it was. More so with quarterbacks is what they were talking about last year. But in any event, we heard so much this year about how important it was that players had experience, game reps. The longer they've played, the more reps they've had on the field, the more tape that was out there, the easier the evaluation was for them. And what that essentially said to me, and what I felt like they were essentially saying is, look, we don't have time to waste this season on waiting on guys like we did 2 years ago with AGG that just never panned out, or waiting on De'Ami Brown to come in here and help and get ready to contribute, or waiting on Jamin Davis to finally blossom at the line. We don't have time for that this year. You may not love the selection. You may not love the talent that was left on the board. We don't care, because we want guys that can play right now. Jahan Dotson is one of the most seasoned receivers. You heard Ron say this out of his own mouth. Most seasoned receivers ready to come in and contribute right away. Jahan Dotson is a senior. A lot of these guys that came out were juniors and redshirt sophomores. And the reason they loved Chris Olave, another senior wide receiver with a ton of game reps that could come in and immediately contribute. That's why he was so high on their board. Same with Jahan Dotson. The talent is clearly there. However, he's one of the few seniors in this draft class that they felt like could come in with a unique set of skills that could come in and right away do some of everything, learn every position, not just the Z, not just the X, but could play in the slot, move around, be a chess piece offensively, be smart enough to digest all of what they're asking him to do, all the while helping. De'Ami Brown's head was spinning last year. He had enough talent to go out there and make some plays, but they tried to teach him every single position, and he struggled digesting everything, getting open. He wasn't a great route runner. That was apparent coming out of North Carolina. You're getting a route runner in Jahan Dotson, so they want a guy that can come in right away and take some of that pressure off of Terry. You look at Phidarian Mathis, same thing. They want a guy that can come in and right away contribute on the defensive line. They don't want a 6th-round pick defensive lineman that's a rotational depth guy that they got to hope can come in and help right away. They want a guy that played high-level college football in a rotation that is NFL ready, that can come in here and immediately, when his number is called, give them quality snaps. That's what they're getting at Phidarian Mathis. You may not love it. I didn't love it, and I still don't necessarily love the value of the pick. That's fine. At the end of the day, that's what they saw fit to do. That's what they wanted to bring in, a guy that could come in and help right away. That's what they're getting. Same with Brian Robinson. A lot of you say, I don't want to spend a 3rd-round pick on a guy that's a platoon running back or backup running back. That's not a good usage of a day number 2 pick. This guy isn't going to play a ton of snaps. If Gibby's healthy and he continues to play well, if J.D. McKissick is healthy and he continues to play well, he's not going to be a guy that's going to get a ton of snaps. All contraire, my friend. He's going to play. He's going to get reps, and they are looking for a guy that gives them somewhat of a change of pace, toughness, physicality in between the tackles. And Ron has brought this up at least 7 to 10 times since the drafting of Brian Robinson, and that's ball security. Brian Robinson, a guy that did not fumble very often in college or high school for that matter. If you go even further back in his timeline, he's not a guy that sees the football leave his grasp unless he wants it to. And thus, Ron Rivera is essentially delivering a message, okay, a passive-aggressive message, but a message nonetheless to Antonio Gibson. Bro, we're not playing with your ass this year. If you put the ball on the carpet, if you put the church's money on the floor, you will be standing on the sidelines next to me, and Brian Robinson will be in the football game. So they want guys that can come in and help right away. Not like yesterday, not like today, like now, right now. They want guys that can come in week 1, already hit the ground running. They don't want to have to wait for these guys. Same thing can be said for Percy Butler, another veteran player, played a lot of snaps, played a lot of football, can come in right away. And because of his versatility, because he played so many different positions for the Raging Cajun, he can step in right now, play you some free safety. With his athleticism and his speed, he can go single high. Okay, and you can be aggressive. That's something that we really have lacked. I mean, Bobby McCain gave us a little bit of that last year, where he could play single high free safety. You could get a little bit more aggressive. You can come up, maybe blitz. And I think that's something that they need to do a little bit more of. I know if you look at the stats, and this is where stats and numbers can be misleading, we're one of the highest pressure teams in the league. I told you, anytime you blitz 5 guys or more, it's considered a blitz. We rushed 5 guys because we had 5 down linemen, probably 35, 40% of the time. So when you're rushing 5 down linemen, that's a blitz technically, where we know, and I know, we watched all the games. We're not blitzing a ton. We're not creatively blitzing. We're not sending corners, cat blitzes. We're not coming with the safety down, creeping down like he's been all game and having him come. We're not using the linebackers double A gap blitz. We're not doing the things that other teams are doing from a blitz perspective. We're just kind of playing it safe, keeping everything in front of us. I think now with a guy like Percy Butler playing at center field, and with the speed that this guy possesses, 4.36, you can kind of get a little bit more aggressive, have your corners get a little bit more aggressive, keep everything in front of them, of course, but you got a guy behind you that has the range to get there and make something happen when he does. So they love his center field ability. They love that he can play, too high safety, split safety. He can come down over the slot. You got to see him do that on tape as well. And then again, I would like to see him blitz a little bit more. With that kind of speed, You make a quarterback have to make a hasty decision when you got 4-3-6 bearing down on you. So there's a lot that he brings to the table. There's some things he needs to clean up. I've talked about this guy not having any breaks. It's all gas, no breaks for Percy Butler. I'd like to see him break down, be a little bit more sound in his fundamentals as a tackler. But Ron Rivera has high hopes for this guy. And I don't know if I've ever heard a coach be more distinct in his description of what the role will be for a fourth-round pick than Ron Rivera, pretty much saying, look, our third safety played 53% of the snaps last year. We had a 3-safety look last season that pretty much demanded we had 3 safeties on the field 53% of the time. So this guy's coming in, and right away, he's the third safety on the depth chart. Behind Cam Curl and Bobby McCain, he's third on the depth chart. Jumping right in front of everybody else that was already here. He's third on the depth chart, and he will be in the game at bare minimum 53% of the time. How often is it that you hear a coach tell you that your fourth-round pick is going to play at a bare minimum 53% of the snaps? It doesn't happen very often, but that's what he essentially said about Percy Butler. Cole Turner is so intriguing. I think he's one of the most polarizing picks of the draft. Everyone will talk about Sam Howell, and I purposely skipped over his selection because there's a lot to chew on there, and that's what everyone's going to want to talk about. But to me, the most polarizing pick might be Cole Turner, because Cole Turner could easily step in, be your TE2. He could not be ready as a blocker. We already know he's not ready as a blocker, and that could push him down to TE3. They could say, you know what? Sammy Reyes is ready to contribute a little bit more than you are as a football player, so they could bump him down to practice squad. I don't see that happening, because I think they love his receiving ability so much so that they're willing to overlook the fact that he's not a blocker right now. Remember, this is an ex-wide receiver. The man's only been playing the tight end position for 2 seasons now. So he's really a wide receiver, a glorified wide receiver converting over the tight end. He looks like a glorified wide receiver converting over the tight end. He doesn't have the frame to be an inline blocking tight end the way that you would like him to. He'll have to develop into that. But at the end of the day, he's got a lot of qualities that you'd like, and he possesses a lot of athleticism, some of which we've lacked at the tight end position. He's not a speed demon. He's a 4.76 guy. So it's not like he's getting up and down the field and burning up the track as he's running, but he can separate. He's got an ex-receiver background, and that really lends itself to him getting open, finding the soft spot in the defense, attacking the football in the air at its peak, and going and getting the football. And that's something we could definitely use with this football team. So I think they're intrigued by his size, his body control, his ability to climb the ladder, high point the football. 10 touchdowns in the red zone isn't anything to scoff at. When you look around college football, there aren't many guys producing at that kind of a level in the red zone when it matters most, like Cole Turner did in the 2021 season. And so I look at this entire draft, and, Chris Paul, guard, tackle combo out of Tulsa. You look at Christian Holmes, the corner out of Oklahoma State. Those guys offer value too. And to me, I've said this, I don't think Chris Paul's ultimately going to make this football team. I think he's going to be a practice squad guy. If he makes this football team, something went wrong. We had an injury here or there, somebody's underperforming. That's a problem. He shouldn't be on the active roster when the season starts. He should be on the outside looking in, continuing to work with John Masco and company and getting better, so that when we do need him, in the event of an emergency, we can break that glass, pull Chris Paul out, and be fine. But I think Christian Holmes has a legitimate shot to make this football team right out of the gate, because, again, I've talked about the lack of depth at the cornerback position. You really got 4 corners on the roster right now, in William Jackson III, Kendall Fuller, Benjamin St. Juste, and you've got what's my guy's name, the nickel corner that I love so much that got an opportunity last year. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name right now, but those are the 4 corners that we have on our team. Danny Johnson, that's his name, Danny Johnson. So you got 4 corners, and then really you got nothing else. So we don't even have developmental corners on our team. Normally teams have guys that are on the practice squad that have been here for a year or two that continue to work and grind like we do on the defensive line. We've talked so much about Daniel Wise and David Bada. These are guys that have been here for multiple years, that have been developing on the practice squad, that have gotten reps here and there sparingly during the game, so that even if we don't want those guys getting in if they have to, we know that they've been here and they've been coached by this staff, so that we expect them to go in there and be able to produce. We don't even have a corner like that on the roster. So we had a bunch of veterans, Torrey McTyer, and we had the corner from Detroit last year that played a lot of snaps for us, Roberts. So we had veteran guys. We didn't have a ton of young guys here that we were looking to develop. So I think there is a path for Christian Holmes to not only make this football team, but have an impact, especially if he can play special teams. If he can play special teams at a high level, I think Christian Holmes will be on this roster when it's all said and done. So you're talking about 7 out of the 8 guys contributing in some way, shape, or form in their rookie seasons to a team that, just a year ago was a playoff football team. I get it, 7-9. I'm not sitting here bragging about 7-9, but they were a playoff team. And we're not that far removed from being that team. So when you add Carson Wentz, when you add the talent that we were able to procure in the draft, and you add the right now nature of what Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew did by adding a bunch of guys that they expect to come in, week 1 and contribute, you're looking at a team that isn't sitting on their hands, isn't waiting for something to happen, isn't waiting for luck to find them. They're looking to make their breaks this season. They're looking to take it to the rest of this division. You look at the rest of this division and what they're doing. Everyone's trying to grow at a rapid pace because they see this division being up for grabs. Look at what Philadelphia did. Philadelphia's going for it. They don't know if Jalen Hurts is the future at the quarterback position or not, but they're not waiting to see if he is or not. They're getting talent. They're getting weapons. Okay, they went out and got another tight end. They went and got A.J. Brown, and they're really going to try. They bolstered the defense. They went out and got Hassan Reddick. They went out and got Kaiser White. They went out and got players that they feel like can come in and help them right away. I still think they're hurting at the cornerback position. There's not enough there. And I hope that they're not able to get their hands on, because I think they're one of the teams waiting to pounce. Should the Giants release cornerback James Bradbury, I think a team like Philadelphia is waiting in the wings to pounce, and he doesn't even lead the division. That would piss me off because, as I mentioned, he's the best corner in the division. You team him up with Darius Slay, shit gets really interesting with the Philadelphia Eagles defensively all of a sudden, especially after they just added Jordan Davis up front. So the Eagles are going for it. Whether, they've got the right man at the quarterback position or not, they're saying, even if we don't, we got 2 first-round picks next year. We can do something about that. But in the meantime, we're going for it. The Cowboys, look, we can say what we want about the Dallas Cowboys. We can talk about Jerry Jones. We can talk about their head coach, who we think is a dunce, in Mike McCarthy. But they still got talent. They still got the best quarterback in the division. And, they bolstered their offensive line and try to put that back together and make it a strength again. And if they are able to do that successfully, they're going to be a team that's going to be tough to deal with. We already saw what they're capable of defensively with Dan Quinn pulling the strings at their defensive coordinator. I think he's going to be ultimately their next head coach. That's kind of why he's sticking around, because he's either waiting for a great opportunity that he can't turn down, or he's waiting for Mike McCarthy to get canned, because it almost happened last year after that debacle in the postseason. So if Mike McCarthy underachieves this year, I think Dan Quinn could be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That could be a dangerous, scary proposition, because Dan Quinn gets through to players, which is why Michael Parsons was essentially begging him to come back. And we saw what Michael Parsons was in the way he utilized him last year. He's a problem, okay? So the Cowboys aren't going to just go away meekly into the night, and neither are the Giants. They're under new management. They had a strong draft. We still think Daniel Jones stinks, right? But what if he doesn't? What if it was a byproduct of the guys that were around him, the coaching that he was receiving? Joe Judge was horrible. We saw that. We got to see it for 2 years. He stinks. Okay, they got rid of him. They get a real football guy, coach-wise, in Brian Daboll in there, who is an offensive-minded guy. We saw what he did with Josh Allen and what he's capable of. They got, all these talented football players that they've been able to acquire. I told you last year, I thought the Giants had guns and shit. They just didn't know. We didn't know if they were going to know how to pull the trigger or not. Clearly, they did not. And they weren't able to stay healthy. Offensive line was a mess. They've addressed that a bit. Now, you look at some of the guys that they've brought in. This could be a dangerous Giants team. You don't sleep on the Giants, because we've had our problems with them in the past, and it could easily go right back to the Giants being problematic for us. So this division's wide ass open. And you know what? Attack the day. Attack now. Attack the present. And that's what I felt like Ron Rivera did in this draft. You may not love some of the talent and the value that we may have left on the board, and there may have been a little bit of bone, meat left on the bone in terms of talent that was out there at some of these selections that you would have preferred them take, and irregardless of position or need or any of that stuff. And I get it. And some of that rings true. I sat here and I went on a rant about needing blue chip players, right? Not taking the safe pick, not taking the pick for need, but taking the blue chip athlete that's going to give you a chance to have a dynamic Pro Bowl, all-pro type player. Well, they did that last year. They did that with Jamin Davis. How'd that work out for them? It didn't. Not right away, at least. This year, they're trying to win now. Not to say that they're not going to continue to try to develop Jamin Davis into a stud, because they're going to continue to still try and do that. But at the end of the day, they want guys that they can count on right now to come in and help them win. This is not last year's schedule. This is not Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady and Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers and Justin Herbert and Matt Ryan and Josh Allen on the schedule. That's not what we're facing this year. We faced the toughest schedule in the NFL last year. Okay? Hands down. That's not what we're facing this year. We got Jacksonville and Tennessee and Indianapolis and Houston on the schedule this year, okay? Among other teams, clearly. And so we're not facing world beaters. The time is now. We finished third in the division last season, okay? The time is now. Our schedule is going to be a lot softer, or at least perceived to be a lot softer than what it was a season ago. So we'll see if we can take advantage of some of the opportunities that the schedule may afford us. I don't like playing the schedule game. You guys know that, and the schedule will be released. This time next week, we'll be talking about the NFL schedule. It's being released on the 12th. Next week is the 12th. So we'll have the entire schedule in front of us next week. That'll be the huge chunk of what we will discuss on this show next week live on the Command Post Live is the schedule. But irregardless of what the schedule says, who we're playing, when we're playing them, where we're playing them, what time of day we're playing, how many primetime games we have, this, that, and the third, all the things that we get excited about when talking and looking at the schedule, that doesn't make any difference if we can't go out and take care of business. And they want guys that can come in and do that right away. That's why this draft was what it was. They wanted players that they could count on, that could be held accountable in their rookie seasons. How often is it that I tell you, look, man, this guy's a rookie. I don't really want to be counting on this guy for too much of anything. I said that about a first-round pick. You're never supposed to say that about your first-round pick. You're not supposed to say, hey, let's take it easy on this guy. He didn't play a ton of football. He's still kind of raw. That's not what you say about your first-round pick. That's what you say about your fourth-round pick. That's what you say about your fifth-round pick. Hey, guy's kind of raw. He hasn't played a ton of football, extremely talented, all the physical measurements and measurables you're looking for, all the characteristics and traits of an all-pro player, but he just needs more time. Generally, that's not what you're saying about a first-round pick. Hell, you're not even saying that about a second-round pick a lot of times. That's reserved for, third round, fourth round, fifth round, something like that later in the draft. We were talking about that with Jamin Davis last year. As a first-round pick, I was telling you guys, I said, look, you guys, don't, and a lot of you didn't love the pick anyway to begin with. You wanted JOK, you wanted somebody else at the linebacker position. You did not want Jamin Davis. So a lot of you weren't happy with the pick when it was made. That said, they took a guy that has the utmost talent. The ceiling is through the roof if he can put it together. And we saw flashes last year of Jamin Davis playing at an extremely high level. And some of that Phidarian Mathis pick is a guy that takes on blockers, allows linebackers to roam the field cleanly. And we got a run and tackle guy in Jamin Davis. You give him a ramp and a runway, he is one of those guys that can get to the football quick, fast, and in a hurry. So Cole Holcomb too, another guy that can flat out pick him up, put him down, and run. So if you start to eat up bodies up front, and I love Jonathan Allen, I love Daron Payne, but those guys aren't eating up bodies up front, okay? Those guys are looking to win with quickness and get into the backfield and be disruptive as one-gap penetrators, okay? Phidarian Mathis can be a two-gapper. He can be a guy that takes on two defenders or offensive linemen, doesn't allow that guard to climb to the second level to get to that linebacker, and allow these linebackers to stay clean and go make plays. We've lacked that because we haven't had that size and that guy that's taking on two offensive linemen. Phidarian Mathis is going to do that. So He's a little bit bigger than what we're accustomed to because think about it, Jonathan Allen. I don't think he's 300 pounds. And if he is, he's barely 300 pounds. Same thing could be said for Daron Payne. These are agile, athletically gifted defensive linemen, not, road graders and space eaters like a Fedarian Mathis, who may be a little bit more athletically gifted than I'm giving him credit for. But this is a guy that's going to be more of a space eater and a guy that makes it tough for you to run in between the tackles. He stands his ground. He's immovable unless you double team him. And even sometimes there, he stands his ground. And he's going to be a guy that eats up blockers. So you may not love the pick. He does a lot of the dirty work. The numbers may not show up there for you. But if we see an explosion from our linebackers this year, you can kind of trace it back to probably our second-round pick, which a lot of us, and I'm included, did not love initially when it was made. So there's so much that can be made about this draft class. And look, I'm not here to try to convince you that they did the right thing. Only thing that will do that for you is the play on the field. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you because a lot of people feel the way that they feel about this draft. And that's fine. Everyone's got an opinion. I told you that's why I love this time of the year, because everyone thinks that they're a draft guru, that they've got all the answers and that they've watched enough tape and film and they can identify what a guy can and can't do and who should be the selection for this football team. They think they know what's best for this team. We're going to find out, what happens, what these guys can do. But one thing's for sure, they wanted players that could come in and help right away. That's why they took those players. And Alex Erickson, we'll talk about him real quick, and then we'll get into the comment section. I look at Alex Erickson as a guy that was brought here to replace DeAndre Carter, but I'm not going to lie to you. If he ultimately makes this football team, I don't want Alex Erickson on this football team. I don't, because that means he's stunting the growth of some football player that's here. Some young football player that's looking for snaps is having his growth stunted by a veteran player that has minimal upside at this point of his career. We know what Alex Erickson is. He is barely a threat as a receiver, but he can catch the football. He's not deficient in that area. He's just like DeAndre Carter. Wasn't a guy that we were really looking towards in terms of a receiver, but if you had to in a pinch, he could help you. That's the same thing that can be said for Alex Erickson. But he's more of a return guy. Just like at this point of his career, Andre Roberts, he can catch the football. It's not that his hands don't work. If you have to put Andre Roberts, and he was here once upon a time, so you guys know him, but if you have to throw him the ball, he can catch it. But that's not his forte. At this point of his career, Andre Roberts is a hired gun as a return man, kickoff and punt. That's what Alex Erickson at this point of his career is. He's a hired gun as a kickoff and punt returner because he's had such success in his career. That said, I'm not looking for a guy that just has one specific role on this team, and that's just to return punts and kickoffs, and he really doesn't do much else. And he's got a history of fumbling the football. For as good as Alex Erickson has been, and he's had some dynamic return years in Cincinnati, he's also been a guy that will fumble the football without a problem. Okay, he will put it on the carpet. That said, the reason I don't want him on the team is because you could have had DeAndre Carter back. If you're gonna replace DeAndre Carter with Alex Erickson, why not just bring DeAndre Carter back? You had an opportunity. It's not like he signed soon as free agency got underway and that the Chargers were hot on his trail and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And he's like similar to J.D. McKissick. Soon as free agency got underway, hell, free agency hadn't even started yet, and the Bills had already contacted him and made him an offer. And J.D. was like, well, Washington didn't make me an offer, so clearly they don't want me back. So he was ready to go sign with the Buffalo Bills, and Washington's like, whoa, JD, where you going? We do want you back. We didn't know that you were going to just sign the first thing that came your way. We told you to go out there, see what you could get, and we would match. And once he figured that out, he's like, oh, well, I didn't know you guys wanted me back. I want to come back. So we matched what Buffalo had out there, and Buffalo was pissed off. Okay, you go ahead, cry over spilt milk. But at the end of the day, nothing was done there wrong. We have every right to talk to our guy that was here. Even if you think you've got a deal in place, we can still talk to our guy and try to change his mind, and that's what happened. And you see teams do it all the time. Anyway, at the end of the day, that's a guy that we wanted back. They had a chance to have DeAndre Carter come back if they so choose. And maybe they didn't want to commit to DeAndre Carter because they aren't really committing to Alex Erickson. It's the same kind of deal that they had on the table with DeAndre Carter last year, where if they wanted to cut him, they could. And if they signed DeAndre Carter to an actual contract, like a real contract, not one of these, hey, let's invite him to camp and guarantee him a veteran salary type money. No, this is DeAndre Carter signed a real deal with the Los Angeles Chargers. So you would have had to actually sign him to a deal that would have guaranteed him money that might have forced you to say, hey, this guy needs to be on the roster. Maybe they didn't want to do that. And I understand if that's the case. However, he's better. DeAndre Carter is better than Alex Erickson, not only as a return man, in my estimation, but also as a wide receiver. So if you were going to keep someone, you might as well have kept DeAndre Carter instead of bringing Alex Erickson in here. Essentially, what I'm telling you is I don't want him on this football team over a guy like Dax Milne, who's a young football player who needs reps, who we want to see more of. But Dax Milne, he's not a difference maker as a return man. So if you put Dax Milne back there on punts, he's not liable to break one. Alex Erickson could break one. DeAndre Carter, as we saw last year, very capable of breaking one. So while I want Dax Milne on the roster, want to see what he can do as a receiver, he may not cut it as a special teams guy, and he may still have to be on the outside looking in as a practice squad guy that is there, waiting in the wings in the event that something happens at the receiver position like it did last year where he'll have to be elevated. We'll see what happens there. But Alex Erickson, to me, hired gun as a special teams player. If you really wanted to have a guy that just had a special role on the team just to return punts and kicks, you could have kept DeAndre Carter. So I don't love this move, but it does answer the question, well, who the hell is going to return punts and kickoffs? Now they have a guy. Now, we said the same thing about DeAndre Carter last year. When we signed him, we're like, hey, this is a guy that, can return punts and kicks. But we didn't think he was going to make the roster until literally the 25th hour. We're like, yo, this DeAndre Carter dude is the only guy really looking like he's going to, return punts and kicks. He's going to make the team. How many receivers are we keeping anyway? We ultimately kept 6 receivers, and DeAndre Carter was one of them. Could that be the case with Alex Erickson this year? Again, Jahan Dotson isn't returning punts and kickoffs, okay? Danny Johnson is a guy that did it for us in the past, and that would be my candidate. If you're going to cut Alex Erickson and he's not making the football team, Danny Johnson is a guy that at bare minimum can at least return punts. He's shown the ability to catch them, which is the biggest part for me. Look, I love a guy that can break one and give us some tremendous field position with an 18-yard punt return and flip the field position. You know what I want more than anything else? It's just a guy that's just going to catch the damn football. And Danny Johnson showed us he could do that a couple of years ago when he was thrusted into action because Greg Stroman ended up getting hurt in week 1. So I wouldn't mind Danny Johnson being back there if, push came to shove, but who else can do it? Like, nobody else on the roster. Curtis Samuel isn't going back there. They view him just like they do Jahan Dotson, a big part of this offense. They're not sticking him back on punts and kickoffs. So, like, who else is going to do it? We don't have a running back that used to be a punt returner in his former, college career. We don't have that on the roster. We don't have we don't have a bunch of defensive backs that double as punt returners. So what I'm essentially saying is Alex Erickson by default may have to be on the football team because we don't have another guy to do it. So I hate that we keep finding ourselves in this position. I truly do. But that's where we are, and that's the value that an Alex Erickson may ultimately bring to this football team. So then you start asking yourself, is it possible? And again, we haven't looked at the roster. We don't know how many they're keeping at this position or that position. Is it possible that they could keep 7 receivers? We played around with that idea last season, and it almost came to fruition, okay? It almost came to fruition. Could they keep 7 receivers this year? I mean, they already had 5 before the draft got underway. They added Jahan Dotson. That's 6. Now, again, Dax Milne isn't a lock. So when I say they had 5, that's adding Dax Milne into the discussion. You take Dax Milne out and you have 5, you add Alex Erickson, that's 6. That's the 6 they could run with, clearly. Now, if you add Dax Milne back into that mix, you've got 7. You'd have to subtract someone to get back to 6. So we'll see. That's not a real question that we need to be entertaining right now. We're so far away from questions like how many receivers are they going to keep on the roster? We're so far away from that. At least let's get to training camp, play a preseason game or 2 first before those conversations really start to be had. But it's something that you should start thinking about. It's a little food for thought. We don't have to do the dishes right now. It's a little food for thought, though, as we start looking at the receiver position and start playing those number games in our heads. But Alex Erickson is an intriguing signing because right now we don't have anybody else to do it. So it feels like a DeAndre Carter signing from last year is what it feels like. So at the end of the day, there's a lot to be said about this draft. I can't wait to read some of the comments that you guys have, because there were so many opinions. And, I was swatting guys off and people off during the draft party that were so negative and felt so felt bad about the selections. They didn't feel like we did, the thing that we set out to do, which was get better as a football team from a talent standpoint. They didn't feel like we did that to the maximum ability. Clearly we upgraded some positions and got better, but could we have gotten even more better as a football team from a talent perspective? And a lot of people feel like the answer is yes. They left some talent out on the football field or out on the draft board in the quest of having guys that could help right away, right now, and that necessarily fit a need, whereas some of the talent players that were on the board didn't necessarily fit a need or weren't positions that we needed to address at that time. And so we bypassed those players. I mean, you heard Ron talk about Sam Howell. He said after the third round, Sam Howell was the highest rated player on their board. Going into the third round, he was the highest rated player on their board. Going into the fourth round, he was the highest rated player on their board. And then we had the very first pick of the fifth round, and they were like, okay, enough of this shit. He's still sitting there. It must be fate that we select him and bring him to Washington. And that's exactly what they did. So we'll see what happens, and as for Sam Howell, I like the fact that Ron shut down and he's supposed to this time of the year, because I was on Rio's show. If you guys haven't checked that out, please do yourself a favor. Had a ton of fun chopping it up with my guy Rio on his show, Rambling with Rio. And we talked about, one specific question that was asked was, did I think, and it might not have been his show. It might've been on my podcast. I think it was actually my podcast, but still check out Rio's show. We had a lot of interesting discussions last night surrounding this draft, this team, and the future of this football team. And so go check that video out, support his channel, sub up to his content. I did a podcast late last night, and I think it was my guy, JL Smooth, that asked me about rumors that he's heard that, not rumors, speculation. People, assuming that, they drafted Sam Howell. They really love this guy. They had a high grade on him. He could be your starter mid-season. He's like, you got some of these draft beatniks out here and these pundits talking about that, Sam Howell could be the starter by the midpoint of the season. What do you think about that? I'm like, there's no chance. Unless, and it's not zero. I won't put it at zero, but I'll put it at 1% chance. And that's because not only is there Carson Wentz, and we know Carson Wentz got a history of being, banged up. So that it's not out of the realm of possibility that something happens to him and he has to miss some games. We've seen that in his past. Not last year. He was able to play, pretty much the entire season, sans for the COVID situation. And as a matter of fact, I don't think he missed a game due to COVID. That's the week the NFL laxed its policy on COVID, and you just had to have like 5 days, and then you had to test negative, and he did that. He missed practice, and he wasn't the same player after he was out with COVID, but that's not here nor there. I don't think he missed any games. He hurt himself in camp with his foot, but he was able to come back for week one. Him and Quentin Nelson had the same injury, and they both played in week one. That said, we know Carson Wentz has an injury history, okay? And so it wouldn't shock anyone if he were to have something happen and not be able to play all 17 games next season. But even in the event that takes place, there's still Taylor Heineke. It's not like Sam Howell's going to be battling it out for number two. This man is clearly your third quarterback on this roster. And we will carry 3 quarterbacks on the roster this year. So that's also something that, if you really wanted to keep 7 receivers, then you would need to keep 2 quarterbacks. Well, we're not keeping 2 quarterbacks. We're keeping 3. We kept 3 last year as well, but we'll be keeping 3 again this year. And Sam Howell will clearly be the third quarterback. So I don't necessarily see an instance, because I've said this already, and I said it last night. The only way Sam Howell gets in the game is if we are absolutely horrid, and we're 3-12 going into week, 17 of the season, and you got 2 games left, and you're like, okay, there's no reason for us to play either one of the 2 guys ahead of him. We know what Carson Wentz is. He won't be here next year. And we know what Taylor Heineke is. And so why are we playing these guys? let's just get the young fella in there and get him some experience. And hell, if you're 3-12, more likely than not, your season was over 3 weeks ago. So they probably would have put him in even sooner than that. You know, if you're 3-9 and the rest of the NFC is head and shoulders above you and you can't sneak back into the wild card, then at that point, your season's done. It's time to see what Sam Howell can do. We're not going to find ourselves in that position. Not with Ron Rivera as our head coach. We may not win 11, 12 games, but we won't be winning 3 or 4 either. Okay, Ron Rivera his career has shown that even when he's talent deficient or had injuries or, you know, things haven't necessarily gone his way, just like last year, still won 7 games. Okay. We had a murderer's row schedule. We had COVID ravage us like probably no other team in the league. We had a bevy of injuries really hit us hard, like a ton of bricks at the end of the season, while COVID was decimating our roster, and we still won 7 games. Okay. So that's with a guy that wasn't supposed to be our starter coming in and having to start essentially the entire season after getting 13 snaps from our starting quarterback going into the season. So essentially, we played with a backup quarterback all year last year against the best of the best the NFL had to offer. Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Matt Ryan, Josh Allen. We played against them with a backup quarterback, and we hung tough, and we won 7 games. So if you think we're going to play against Jacksonville, Tennessee, Indianapolis, Houston, you know, in whatever NFC division we're playing this year, and in a third place schedule on top of that, so, you know, Arizona and teams like that, if you think we're going to, and I think Atlanta might be on the schedule if we don't play that entire division, if you think we're going to just win 4 or 5 games against the likes of that competition, think again. Even if we don't get the quarterback play that we're seeking and Taylor Heineke ends up in the game, we know he's capable of winning games that are there to be won. You know, he may not win all of them, but he'll win some of them. So ain't no way Sam Howell's getting in, you know, any earlier than literally week 16, 17, 18 back end of the season. Worst case scenario, we're out of it. You know, we're 7 and, you know, we're 7-8, right? With 2 games left in the season, and that's not good enough. You know, the rest of the NFC is kicking ass, and you got to be at least, you know, at a 9, you know, game win in the left-hand column at that point of the season to even be on the screen as in the hunt. And we got 7 and 8, 9 and 8 isn't going to get it done. So at that point, okay, Sam Howell can get in there. But you had a chance the week before. You know, it was on life support. You were going to have to win out, but you had a chance. They're not going to play Sam Howell in that spot. They're going to play the guy that gives us the best chance. And if that's Carson Wentz or if that's Taylor Heineke, that's what they're going to do. You won't see Sam Howell until the season's over with. And I don't know if we get into that position until the season's actually over with. So last year, we didn't get into that predicament where the season was done until the last week of the season, even up until that Eagles game, which was the second to last game of the season, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, how did that 5-game stretch go? It went Dallas, Philadelphia, then it went Dallas, Philadelphia, and Giants. So, yeah, the Eagles, the second time around, we still had a faint pulse. And we almost beat them, even though we still were decimated by injuries and we still were affected by COVID. The season felt over after that Dallas debacle where we got our asses handed to us in the first half, and we were punching each other on the sidelines. It felt like the season was already over. We didn't have much to play for, and yet we almost beat the damn Philadelphia Eagles with the third-string roster. So you wouldn't have put Sam Howell in even against Philadelphia last year. That was week 17. He wouldn't have played until the final week of the season against the Giants in week 18. If you go off of hey, we're out of it now, you can play the young fella. So Ron made it abundantly clear, hey, this dude's third string. He's not seeing the field at all. There's no rush to put him in the game. Not only do we have Carson Wentz, and we are very confident in his ability to go out and get it done for us, but we also have Taylor Heineke, who we have the utmost confidence in as a backup coming in and getting the job done for us. This guy is not remotely close to seeing the field, so there is no quarterback controversy. And when we traded for Carson Wentz, he made it abundantly clear from day one, this is QB1 right here. There's no competition. There's no Taylor Heineke's going to push Carson Wentz. You've heard this narrative from people on the outside that want to make up some stuff. Oh, you got to worry about Taylor Heineke. Heineke's just good enough to push Carson Wentz. No, he's not. We know what the pecking order is here. It's been established. There is no controversy. There is no camp battle. It's Carson Wentz's job, and it's not his to lose. It's his job. Okay? He's going to be the starting quarterback of the Washington Commanders, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So there's nothing to talk about here with Sam Howell. Okay? The only thing to talk about with Sam Howell is that he's here and he gives us an option for the future should Carson Wentz not work out. And that's what you should be excited about if you're a fan, is that, hey, you should be rooting for Carson Wentz. You should not be rooting for the demise of Carson Wentz here in Washington, okay? If you're a real fan, you're rooting for him to be successful because that would help us win. You know, if you want to be right and you're worried about your ego and because you've been adamant that Carson Wentz stinks, and if you're wrong if he is successful and you're worried about being wrong so you want him to stink, then you're the kind of fan that needs to stay at least 100 feet away from me, okay? But you should be rooting for Carson Wentz to be successful here. But in the event that he's not, well, for whatever reason, we got a guy that doesn't force us to do something rash next season in the draft. You can start to say, all right, well, let's see what Sam Howell has, all right? So that's why you should feel good about Sam Howell, what he brings to the table, but it has nothing to do with the upcoming 2022 season. Nothing. He has no impact nor any bearing on the upcoming season. Now, again, anything can happen. He's 2 plays away from being in the game. Like, understand that. And I'm aware Carson Wentz is always 1 play away. With his frenetic play style and his reckless abandon that he plays the football game with, he's 1 play away from Wentz being 1 play away from Heineke being 1 play away from, Sam Howell being in the game. So I can acknowledge that. And we've seen Taylor Heineke get hit. Every time he gets hit, you hold your breath because he's a tiny guy and he's getting up wincing. So you're like, ugh. So Sam Howell could play. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to get on the field. But if everything works out with these quarterbacks from a health standpoint, there's no way he's getting on the field in any meaningful football game in the upcoming season. And you know just as well as I do, this town has been built football-wise on the quarterback controversy. It's always been one here in Washington, going all the way back to Sonny versus Billy Kilmer, right? Sonny Jurgensen versus Billy Kilmer. And that's way before my time. I've only heard about that, right? I can't substantiate that, but I know it existed, right? And then it's been Jay Schroeder, Doug Williams, and we could go on and on with, all of the different guys that have been here that have had the debate. We've had a debate about, it's always been a thing. Gus Frerotte versus Heath Schuler, the guy you spent the top 5 pick on versus the guy that was a 7th round pick that ultimately everyone can see is clearly better than your token, your trophy case 1st round pick that stinks. Like, we've always had this. Trent Green was here at one point. A lot of you forget that should have gotten an opportunity. Had he, had we not had the whole situation with, Jack Kent Cook dying and ownership being in flux, I think Trent Green would have remained here. We've heard interviews where Charlie Casserly has said he wanted to re-sign Trent Green, and that was his first order of business, and he wasn't allowed to spend money that offseason, and Trent Green left for the St. Louis Rams. But we've had so many of those discussions, so many of those debates. Brad Johnson versus Jeff George. Brad Johnson just took us to the damn playoffs, almost took us to the NFC Championship game, and Daniel Snyder takes over, and the first thing he wants to do is run Brad Johnson out of town by bringing in Jeff Mother effing George. Like, this has always been a thing here. Always. Never fails. Quarterback controversy in Washington are synonymous with one another. And I don't have to keep going. You know what it would lead to. Kirk Cousins, Robert Griffin III, and so forth and so forth. At the end of the day, you remember John Beck versus Rex Grossman? I mean, some of the battles we've had here. Are you kidding me? Anyway, there won't be one of those this year is what I'm trying to explain to you. And Ron has made sure that he's put any, discussion of a quarterback controversy to rest. There isn't one. There isn't even a thought. There isn't even any smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There isn't even any smoke. Okay? It's nice and quiet around these parts of the quarterback position. This is the way I like it. So, anyway, I digress. Let's get to the comment section. See what you guys have to say. about this football team and the draft that we just had, the division, everything around us. There's just so much, really to unpack. So I'll let you guys start unpacking. So let's see what you guys have to say. We start the night off with HTTR4 Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy HTTR4 Life writes, what up, Lou? What's up, HTTR4 Life? He says, I had to get the same hat you're wearing. Also, what was your favorite pick given the content of where we were picking from? I actually really like this hat. I know a lot of people, when it first came out, was saying, it's an ugly hat. Well, it's a draft hat. Every team had one of these hats. I actually like this hat. I'm going to get more hats. I'm a hat guy. And so I'm planning on, reing up on, 2 or 3 different hats. You know how I do. You know how I be, all out VIP. So I'll have more hats here in the near future. But I'm glad you cop the hat too. It's a dope hat. I think it's a hat that goes with a lot of things, and we have to embrace this. I know a lot of you for years talked about wearing black uniforms. Well, that's a part of our color scheme now. So I'm embracing the black now. It took a little while for me to get used to it. I was like, let Baltimore wear black on black. Let Philadelphia wear black on black. Let the Steelers wear black on black. Let some of these other teams, wear black on black. That's not our thing. Well, it's about to be our thing this year, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing some of these uniforms and seeing how they look on the football field versus some of the teams we'll be competing against. And we'll have to find a new white on white. Remember, our thing was big game, white on whites. All right, so what's the new uniform combination that's the big game uni? Is it the black on blacks? I don't think it's going to be the white on white. I think white on white is going to be one of our customary looks during the season. They may wear white top, burgundy bottoms at times, but I can see white on white being something that they wear quite often. We'll see. Will burgundy on burgundy be something they wear a ton? Will that be the combination that turns out to be the winning combination for us? I don't know. We'll see. That's another discussion for another day. But he says, what was your favorite pick given the content of where we were picking from? I've said this already. I really like the Cole Turner pick because TE2 for me was a big position that we needed to address. And again, I don't know if that's what he's ultimately going to be for us. I told you he could be TE3. They could easily slide John Bates in the TE2 role because of his readiness. The fact that this guy played for us last year, the fact that this guy is, probably, well, I shouldn't say he's the best blocker on the team, but he's a consistent blocker that we can count on. Maybe, that's a conversation that we can have. But I think we've been lacking the mismatched tight end here in Washington since Jordan Reed left. We haven't had that guy. Vernon Davis, he can be a mismatch, but Vernon Davis was stiff. He just could run really fast in a straight line. But in terms of, shakes and being able to have agility and quickness, that wasn't Vernon Davis. I think we've missed that since Jordan Reed. So I'm looking forward to getting back to having a tight end that you can split out wide, get one-on-one with a linebacker or a safety and be like, oh, yeah, we got a mismatch out there. If you don't throw that thing up to Cole and let him eat against that linebacker or safety, you look around the league and that's what teams are doing. They're taking their tight end, they're flexing them out. And, the Eagles have done it to us for years. They take Dallas Goedert or they take Zach Ertz, split them out. We take our linebacker. Usually it's probably John Bostic, walk his stinking ass out there and then watch them go to work or go to town on John Bostic one-on-one. We no longer have to be a sitting duck in that situation. We've got versatility defensively to be able to take care of that. But even more so now on the offensive side, we get to do that to teams. We get to watch you walk your damn linebacker out there and dare you to take on our 6'6" tight end with, vines for arms and the ability to go climb the ladder and attack the football at its highest point and say, man, you're too little, man. You're a little boy, man. This is grown man right here. All right, this is some top shelf liquor. You don't know what to do with this. And I love it. So I think Cole Turner was a really good selection. And remember, in order to make that selection, you had to take that 120th pick that we picked up in that Saints deal. You had to package it up with 189, which was a 6th-round pick that we had coming into the draft, and get the 2 5s. And that second 5th that you had was the one you spent on Cole Turner. So essentially, you took a 4th-round pick, and that 6th rounder was probably going to be irrelevant. I don't think Cole Turner would have been there. Maybe he would have been. I don't know if anybody else was salivating over getting Cole Turner. but you made sure that you didn't take the chance. So for me, it'll be Cole Turner in the 5th round, packaging up that 4th and 6th rounder, getting the 2/5. Remember, Martin Mayhew was adamant about getting more picks in rounds 2 through 5, which is essentially what they did. They went from only having, and I've talked about this already, only having a 2nd and a 4th, 2 picks in the mid rounds from 2 to 5. Remember, we came into the draft without a 3rd, without a 5th. We only had a 2nd and a 4th. That was it. And you flipped the script and ended up with a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, and 2/5 in the meat and potatoes of this draft, where a lot of people thought, including our general manager, thought the best value would be had. You went from 2 picks to 5 selections in those rounds. So I like what they did there, and I like them getting a guy like Cole Turner to really replace Ricky Seals-Jones, who gave us something at that 2nd tight end spot. And I think he's even better than Ricky Seals-Jones, to be honest with you. So we'll see. I think Ricky Seals was better as a blocker because he had been playing the tight end. Remember, Ricky Seals-Jones, ex-wide receiver, converted over to tight end. He had more time on the job as a convert from wide receiver to tight end than Ricky Seals-Jones. Cole Turner is going to be learning in that process with us at a higher level. It's one thing to be transitioning from tight end, wide receiver to tight end at Nevada versus doing it in the NFL. So, there will be an uphill battle for him to climb, but one thing he'll be able to give us right away is receiving prowess, and we could use it. So that's the pick that I really enjoyed. And you can throw Sam Howell in there as well. Just having the patience. Ron talked about 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, this guy being the highest player rated on their board heading into each one of those rounds, which tells you they had a 2nd round grade on him. Okay. They had a 2nd round grade on Sam Howell. And had they not traded for Carson Wentz, they would have pulled the trigger on a guy like Sam Howell in the 2nd round. And there was no quarterback taken in the 2nd round. Keep that in mind in this draft. Not a single one. So the patience to say, you know what? We love Sam. He's rated very highly on our board. And a lot of you would have been on board. The thing that is so amusing to me is the fact that some of you would have been more excited about Sam Howell being our 3rd round pick than Brian Robinson being the 3rd round pick. And we got Sam Howell in the 5th round. And some of you would have been bouncing off the walls after day number 2 instead of being so melancholy and distraught after day 2. There were so many people that were distraught after the 2nd day of the draft. You would have thought we traded away the rest of our draft and said, oh, we're done. That's it. We're done. We have no more draft picks. We're cool with what we have. And you would have had so many people feeling differently had we selected Sam Howell in the 3rd round. That's crazy to me. Got the dude in the 5th. Anyway, I digress. Johnny Boy 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Johnny Boy 26, writes, B-Rob taking over running back 1, especially the cold months. I still find it hard to believe that he's going to be RB1 this season. Look, it wouldn't shock me if it did happen. Again, all it would take is one of 2 things to take place. I don't think they're just going to put him. Now, we've seen running backs get opportunities just because a guy doesn't have it going. There's been games where Ezekiel Elliott doesn't have it going. So they put in, Tony Pollard, and Pollard's popping big run after big run. But next week, Ezekiel Elliott is going to be your starter. He's going to be back in the game, on the first snap of the game, and he's going to be getting the lion's, share of the carries. You can see games where Brian Robinson has more touches and they just go with the hot hand. You see that all the time around the league when you've got multiple backs in the backfield. It was never going to be the case where J.D. McKissic had more carries than Antonio Gibson in any given game. I could see a game in which Brian Robinson has more carries than Antonio Gibson because Gibby's not seeing it well or he's not hitting it as effectively as they think. Maybe he's leaving some meat on the bone and they're like, let's get, Brian Robinson in there and see if he can have a little bit more success because we feel like the offensive line is blocking this thing up for 4 and Gibby's only getting 2. So I could see where Gibby's got 11 carries and Robinson ends up with 15. I could see a game happening like that. But next week, I think Gibby's going to be in there, first snap of the game as your starter. But I think there are certain situations that could, develop that could allow Brian Robinson to take over. And if he hits the ground running and doesn't look back, he could turn into the future back for this football team. But I don't think it's just going to be a changing of the guard. Like they drafted him and he's just ultimately going to take. Like, let's not act like Antonio Gibson hasn't been good for us. Like a lot of y'all want to run Gibby out of town because of the fumbles. That could be the reason why he sees the bench and doesn't get off of it or isn't getting as many snaps and touches. He's got to secure the football this year. Like that has to be a point of emphasis for him this offseason. It's got to be high and tight. He's so loosey-goosey with that football. Again, he's not a natural running back, so he's not used to being in traffic and having the ball poked and prodded at. He's going to have to be better because if he puts it on the carpet this year, trust me, they will not hesitate to go with Brian Robinson. And unlike last year where they realized we got to put Gibby back in there, he's the best we've got. He may not be the best we've got. They may feel really confident in what Brian Robinson brings to the table, and they may just stick with him. So I don't see it just being, Brian Robinson's better than Antonio Gibson. Gibson is the far superior talent from an athleticism standpoint. Obviously, Brian Robinson is the more, to me, diligent runner. He's the more natural runner, as I've mentioned. He's a natural running back. He's done this all his life. Antonio Gibson is not. So it comes more natural to him. That said, Antonio Gibson is still the more talented of the two. And if he's healthy and he's playing well, there's no changing of the guard. So we'll see. Anything could happen, but Gibby's going to have to – it's his job to lose. That's the way I approach it. It's his job to lose. If he doesn't play well, if he's fumbling the football, if he can't stay healthy, he could lose his job, but it's his job to lose. Quentin Ruiz. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Quentin Ruiz writes, this will be the best draft class we've had in a while. It could be. Can't say that right now, looking at it on paper. We've had more talented draft classes than this one. But will this be the most productive? And that's all I care about. At the end of the day, can these guys be highly productive? This may ultimately be the most productive draft class we've had in quite some time. I still think that 2020 draft class, when it's all said and done, if guys play to their true potential, will be the best draft class that we've had here in Washington in quite some time with Chase Young, Antonio Gibson, Cam Curl, and the likes of which we've gotten out of those guys to this point, and still, Sadiq Charles and Keith Ishmael and guys like that were in that draft class as well that have produced and given us snaps as well. I think that has a chance to be an outstanding draft. I feel like I'm missing somebody in that draft. I feel like I'm missing one more dude. I know AGG was a part of that draft, and he's one of the few guys that didn't pan out for us. But in any event, that 2020 draft is still a really good one. But we'll see. Time will tell. We could be really disappointed if Chase Young doesn't, morph into a superstar. Then he'll be a disappointing pick. If Antonio Gibson is being, outperformed and outshined by Brian Robinson, that pick loses its luster. And all of a sudden, that 2020 draft class isn't that appealing anymore, right? So only time will tell. So we'll see what happens. This draft class has a chance to be one of the most productive we've seen for Washington in quite some time. But we'll see. They got to live up to that billing. You drafted all these guys because you think they can come in and help right away. They've got to prove it. So we'll see. Pit Fight Entertainment. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Pit Fight Entertainment writes, Lou, what up, homie? What's good with you? He says, we will ascend. He says 27 points per game, at least one playoff win. Carson goes off. Chase, Curtis, Jamin, Diami show up. The defense punishes people, and the new talent balls out. Dan Snyder kick rocks. Like that would be the perfect storm, my Dominican friend. Okay, that would be the perfect storm, coach. Now, the question is, can we get all of those things to come together? Like it's got to be a healthy confluence of ingredients that come together for a season like that, where we not only make the playoffs but win a game. We haven't won a playoff game since 2005. So a healthy confluence of things, all of which you've mentioned here, would have to come to fruition in order for us to not only make the playoffs but win a playoff game. I'd love to see it. I'm here for all of that smoke. I want it bad. But, Carson is going to have to play well. As you mentioned, Chase and Jamin and Diami is going to have to step up. Curtis Samuel is going to have to step up. Jahan Dotson is going to have to step up. We're going to have some contributions from some guys that we didn't get it from last year. Either they weren't here, like a Jahan Dotson or a Percy Butler, or they just didn't produce at a high level for us last year, whether it was injuries for, in the case of Diami Brown that stunted his growth, or Curtis Samuel, or, you need it from certain guys, or Jamin Davis, who just wasn't ready. He was healthy, just wasn't ready. So we just need production, from a lot of guys, that the time is now. I think that's going to be my mantra for this upcoming season, is the time is now. No more talking about Ron Rivera, 2 more years down the road. Time is now. And Ron's essentially said that with his actions. He said it with his words, but he's backed that up with his actions as to what he's done this offseason, going out and getting Carson Wentz, and in this draft class that he's put forth with a bunch of guys that they expect to come in and compete for snaps early on in the season. They're looking to win now. The time is now. No time like the present. I feel like this division is wide open. We haven't had repeat winner since 2003, 2004. I'm trying to make that thing continue to be a thing, because somebody's got to knock Dallas off. Why not us, right? And I think we've got the quarterback now and the talent to do it. But we can talk about it till our face turns blue. We thought our defense was something special going into the season last year. How'd that turn out for us? So I'm not here to try to sell you a dream or talk about this, that, or the third. I'm just excited about the prospects of things happening, but I need to see it. I'm no fool. My mama didn't raise no fool, and I've seen this team have expectations heightened only for them to fall flat on their face once things got tightened. Okay, so I'd love to see it. 27 points per game will put us in a position to win a lot of football games. That's one of the things that has stopped us from winning games, is our inability to score points on a consistent basis. Because there have been games defensively where we've played well enough to win, and we just haven't scored enough points. You're not going to beat a lot of teams scoring 20 or 22. You're not going to beat a lot of teams scoring 23 points. We got lucky. We won 2 of our 7 games scoring 17 points last year. You're not winning a lot of games scoring 17 points in this league. Are you crazy? So we're going to have to score, man. So I'm hoping that's something that improves this upcoming season for sure. Thank you, Pit Fight Entertainment. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Mike writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Michael? Says, where would you rank the current roster compared to the rest of the league? I still think this is a middle of the pack, roster when it's all said and done. You got to have guys step up before we can elevate ourselves into the upper third of the league. And the upper third would be, from essentially, 13, 12 range down. We're somewhere in that 16 to 19 range, probably in the league, that middle third of the league. And that's really because our best players haven't performed like our best players. I need Montez Sweat to get double-digit sacks. I need Chase Young to return to rookie form and start to take that next step. I need Curtis Samuel to stay healthy and perform like the guy that we were getting from Carolina. I need William Jackson III to start from day one and play like a premier cover corner. I don't need you to wait 7-8 weeks to get comfortable with the scheme to then finally start to play the football we know you're capable of. Thought he finished up the season on a strong note. I want to see that from week 1. We need our best players to play like our best players. We know what we're getting out of Terry. He's one of the few guys that we can count on. And, I need Cam Curl. I need you to take that next step now. We really think you're a hell of a football player. I need to see it to where we're talking about Pro Bowl for you this upcoming season. I need guys to step up. Cole Holcomb, you wanted to be the middle linebacker. You're going to get that opportunity. Clearly, you're going to get that opportunity now. I need you to step up. All right, you're going into a contract season. I need you to step up. And he's not alone. There's a number of guys that I'm looking at. Daron Payne, you're going to a contract season, bro. Even if it's not here, you're looking to get broken off by somebody. Need you to play your best brand of ball going into this contract year. And that's across the board on that defensive line, to be honest with you. They're not all going into contract seasons, but Daron Payne going into a contract season. All right, Montez Sweat, we picked up the 5th-year option. You want that contract extension next offseason. You got to ball out this upcoming season. Chase Young, I'm staring at you, and everybody else is staring at you saying, bro, what you going to do? All right, Nick Bosa came off of an ACL tear in his 2nd year and got 15.5 sacks. What you going to do? That's not fair to Chase, but that's the reality of the situation. That's what's going to happen. People are going to say, hey, he was the number 2 pick in the draft too. He tore his ACL in year 2 too. And he came back and he bagged the quarterback 15.5 times. What you going to do? Again, not fair to Chase, but that's the reality of the situation. So our best players got to play like our best players. And in the role dudes, those role guys are going to have to step up. Some of the young guys are going to have to take a step forward in order for us to ascend into, the upper third of the league in terms of roster. Talent-wise, we're not that far off. We're continuing to make strides. Trust me, our talent doesn't look like Buffalo. It doesn't look like Cincinnati. Like, we're not there. Our talent doesn't look like some of the upper echelon teams that are complete teams that are ready to compete. Our talent doesn't look like the Rams, right? Like, we're not there yet. Okay. And there's so many other teams that you could put in that conversation where you're like, they're just more talented than us. However, we're not that far off anymore. But we need our best players to play like our best players. That's the difference between what Cincinnati is doing and what the Rams are doing and what the Chiefs are doing. The Chiefs their roster top to bottom isn't all that great in Kansas City. But you know what their best players do? Their best players play like their best players. So their best is way better than your best. So that elevates them. Patrick Mahomes, when they had Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, their offensive linemen, some of the Tyrann Matthew, some of their, guys on the defensive line, Chris Jones, their best players, the young fella that they drafted in the 1st round, Nick Bolton, who I loved, he played like a stud last year. They got a 3rd-year linebacker in Willie Gay, stud. Like, their best players are playing like their best players. So you get more out of your roster when you get your best players playing like your best players. That's what we need. But from a talent perspective, we're not that far off. But guys got to perform. We can't keep talking about, oh, this guy's talented, that guy's talented. Show me. Don't tell me. Show me. Thank you for the super chat. HTTR for life. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. HTTR for life. Who writes, I'll say it again. Dotson's going to get these dots, son. I love anytime you pause and then finish up. I love doing that. I've done that in the past. You know how I do. Who did I used to do that with all the time? I think it was somebody's last name was something man. And I would always say something man. I don't remember who it was, but again, this isn't a hard one. He's going to be J-Dot. That's going to be the easy nickname, low-hanging fruit. Everyone's going to grab it. And we're just going to roll with I just hope I don't hear somebody call him Dottie, I hope that, because, it's easy. People love throwing a Y at the end of something, or a TY at the end of something. I did it with Gibby, because I've been trained in the environment that I was raised to just throw a Y at the end of some shit, throw an extra letter that looks like the last letter, throw another one of those up there and then throw a Y up there. And that's how you get Gibby. That's how you get Dottie. Throw an extra T and a Y, and he's Dottie. I don't want to hear that shit. He's either Dotson, J-Dot. We've had some creative nicknames. We saw Jahan Solo today for May the 4th be with you. We've seen all kinds of, but nothing tops Jahan Wick. Trained killer. Nothing tops that from my guy KP Underdog, but that ain't sticking. All right. That could be our thing, right? Jahan Wick, but he's going to be J-Dot, more likely than not. But Dotson's going to get these dots, son. I feel you. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. He says, sorry, Lou. Ain't no need to apologize, man. I love it. I love it. Want more of it, man. Anyway, I digress. Boski, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I've seen that thumbnail before, so I think I know who this is. But what's up, Boski? Says this is a year-to-year league. Sky's the limit for us. Facts. I mean, for any team that needs motivation, and again, we don't have a Joe Burrow on this roster. I get it. I'm fully aware of what they have at the quarterback position and why their ascension, while it was shocking, wasn't out of the realm of possibility because they got a superstar at quarterback. The number one overall pick in the draft played like the number one overall pick in the draft in his second year in the league, coming off of an injury. That said, you need to look no further than the Cincinnati Bengals to say, shit, they were a 4-win team just 2 years ago. They went to the Super Bowl last year. Okay. Again, we don't have Joe Burrow and we don't have Jamar Chase. I am aware, but we got 4 receivers, man. We go 4 deep. The Bengals go 3 deep at receiver. You could argue they've got a 4th, in the kid from Florida State. But they're 3. They're the 3 that they have is elite. Might be the best trio in the league with Chase, the kid from Clemson, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd. It doesn't get much better than that from a trio in this league. But we're gonna make a run at it if our guys stay healthy. We're gonna make a run at it, and then throwing in Diami in the mix makes us even tougher to defend. With all that speed. Just think about it this way: we go across the board with our first 4 receivers. We go no worse than 4-4-4 across the board. Diami Brown, if I'm not mistaken, was a Moses Malone 4-4-4. None of our receivers are slower than a 4-4-4. Jahan Dotson's a 4-4-3. Terry's a 4-3 something. Curtis Samuel's a 4-3 something. We got speed. We got speed, man. Speed kills. Speed, it kills. We got it. Something that we've begged for. We got it in spades. All right. So if we're healthy, we're gonna be some shit to deal with. But we got to stay healthy. That's a really big thing for us. But sky's the limit for sure. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, King of the North, writes, rumor has it Gibby has shed 10 to 15 pounds. Sound like he's already knew his role was changing a bit. I think he dropped 10 to 15. I've seen him. He looks like he's lost 10 to 15 pounds. He's a different back. I think he's doing that in an effort to be faster, to be more spry. I think he understands that in order to separate himself from the rest of the backs, he needs to bring a distinct element to the team. He's supposed to be a home run hitter. Remember, this was a guy that ran a 4.3 something at the combine that we were all excited about, his speed. And we really have never seen Gibby fully out in space turn it up. We've had, glimpses. Rookie season against Baltimore where he has the big run on the catch. Remember, he caught a wide receiver screen, took off for probably like 50, 60 some odd yards, got tackled at like the 2-yard line. The Dallas Cowboys game in his rookie season, he gets a jet sweep, essentially, cuts it up and showcases the wheels there. Gets tackled probably around the 5-yard line. But it wasn't because he wasn't fast enough. He was zigging and zagging, trying to, cross up the last defender. But we've seen the speed from time to time. The Buffalo game, another great example. Last year, where he caught the screen pass and, took off where we were getting destroyed 21-0. That was like the play that got us back in the game. We scored 14 unanswered points, and we were an interception opportunity away in terms of Kendall Fuller with a chance to pick off a Josh Allen offering from having a chance to tie that game at 21 and have that be a whole new ball game after being down 21-0. And it started with Gibby's wide receiver screen that went for like 80. When he showcased the wheels. And then he dove from like the 5-yard line, extended the football, and got in the end zone. It's a thing of beauty. So we know he's capable. I think he wants to add that dynamic element back to his game and really showcase that speed and the quickness that he thinks he has. And in order to do that, he has to be in better shape. I've seen guys do this, and it turned out to be really good for them. Le'Veon Bell is the first guy that comes to mind. I remember when he first came to the league out of Michigan State, he was fat, overweight, and I was like, this guy stinks. And then he that first year He looked like a guy that was, a little overweight, but you could tell he had skill. That second year, he came back in tremendous shape, lost probably 15 pounds, looked like a totally different back, and all of a sudden, he was one of the best running backs in football. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to Antonio Gibson, but I could see something like that taking place where, because I think some of that weight wasn't necessary. The dude was damn near 230. I don't know if he needs to be 230. If he's 220, if he's 217, I think he could be an even better, more effective running back. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. He looks to be in great shape, though. I've seen him. You guys seen him. He dyed his hair. And he looks like he's in really good shape. We'll see. Quentin Ruiz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Quentin Ruiz, who writes, I get this strange feeling Wentz will ball out. Everybody's got a strange feeling Wentz is going to ball out. I need to see it. I'm from Missouri. You got to show me. All right. I ain't trying to hear about what he did last year. 27-7. He was outstanding for the Colts. I watched those games. I know better than to just fall in love with the numbers. I got to see it. I got to see him go out, take advantage of opportunities, make all the throws, be consistent, take care of the football, take care of himself. That's another thing because he plays with reckless abandon. I got to see a lot from Carson Wentz to buy in. I love the talent. I know the talent is there, and I'm not questioning that at all. It's the consistency of everything. It's his ability to stay healthy. It's his ability to be consistent with his throws because his mechanics aren't the greatest. He's going to miss a throw here and there where you're like, shit, we had a dude wide ass open and Carson missed him. That's going to happen from time to time. I need him to minimize the amount of throws that we do that after. I need him to minimize the amount of misses. I need him to minimize the amount of bad plays where you take a bad play and make it a worse play. Look, you're not going to win on every single snap. He's one of those dudes that doesn't know when to say when. I can make a play. I swear I can make a play. That's how you turn it over. That's how you get sacked. That's how you get injured. That's how you throw a pick. I need to see Carson Wentz, be consistent. Last year, what I did see from Carson Wentz? The ability to manage a football game. So I know he's capable of managing a game. I need to also see Carson Wentz, the gunslinger that I saw in Philadelphia that was able to carry a team when need be. Because I think you're going to have some games where he's going to have to strap this team to his back. And that's something we haven't had here in Washington since Robert Griffin III in 2012, where a quarterback essentially strapped the team to his back and said, I got y'all. I won't let us fail. Kirk Cousins has never done that. He's had some big games. He's played well, but he's never been a strap the team to my back type of guy. In order to win at a really high level consistently in this league, you need to have a quarterback that's capable of doing that. Not necessarily for 17 weeks. No quarterback is superhuman and can do it for 17 straight weeks. But there may be 3 or 4 weeks in there where your quarterback's got to say, F that, we're not losing today. And if we got to score 41 and I got to throw for 500, so be it. But we're not losing this game. We got a guy that I think is capable of that, but I need to see it. I need to see Carson Wentz say, all right, if I got to throw it 54 times, complete 41 of them and throw for 423, 4 touchdowns, and we got to win a 45-41 shootout, I'm game. If that's what it takes, I'm willing to do that. We'll see if he's capable of doing that or not. I saw last year he's capable of winning the 20-10 game where he throws for 183 yards, doesn't turn it over. That's cool. Taylor Heineke could do that too. And he did that multiple times last year against Carolina, against Tampa Bay. We've seen Taylor Heineke manage a game. I'm not looking for a 17-week game manager. We had that last year. And Heineke had his moments where he went out and balled. But I'm looking for a dog at quarterback, an assassin when he needs to be. The skill set is there. He's got a family now, so he's trying to put his assassin days behind him. He didn't want any smoke. But if you take him there, if you push that button, the assassin will come out. And he's got a specific set of skills that he can whip out at any time and kick your ass. That's what I want to see from Carson Wentz. That's what I saw in 2017 and 18 and 19. He had a family in 2020. He had a family last year with the Indianapolis Colts. I need him to be able to pull back, go in the garage, go in the basement, clear out that little space, pull the wood up that you nailed down with all your guns and shit. I need you to open that up and pull out the heavy artillery. And at moment's notice, be ready to fire. I need to see it. In order for me to get on board, everyone wants to be hopeful. Some of y'all were the same people that said Ryan Fitzpatrick was about to surprise the league and show everybody. So I don't want to hear that shit. Because I told y'all last year, you are not allowed to make the playoffs. It is in the NFL bylaws. You are not allowed to win a play. You're not allowed to make the playoffs with Ryan Fitzpatrick as your starting quarterback. If he starts one game, you're disqualified. That man started 13 snaps, and our season was already done. Etched in stone. We weren't making the playoffs. So, we'll see. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Greatly appreciate you, King of the North, who writes, I've heard guys like Ben Standing throw out this ridiculous assertion that we've invested too much in the skill positions because we can't get them all the ball. Do these guys understand football? I mean, Ben Standing's a pretty practical guy. So I wouldn't attack Ben in that manner because in his mind, he's probably saying, look, for as much work as we've done, and Ron was adamant about surrounding Carson with talent, and that's exactly what he's done. You know, drafting. I think Ben was more along the lines of, hey, you still got to stop teams. You know, you still got to win in the trenches. You didn't really address a lot of it. You still need a linebacker. You didn't do anything there. But you sure did go on a hell of a shopping spree offensively. You drafted a wide receiver. You drafted a tight end. You drafted a running back. Like 5 of your 8 picks were on the offensive side of the football. You know, you invested in a quarterback that if everything works out, he won't even play here. Like that's what you're hoping. From that standpoint, I get that. But at the end of the day, look around the league. Look at where it's trending. Look at what you have to be able to do. Look, playing defense always translates and will always work in this league. And if you can play it at a high enough level, you're going to win football games. And you may be in the conversation when it's all said and done. But you know what you also have to be able to do? You got to be able to score the football. You got to be able to score the rock. And when you look around the league, the most explosive and dynamic offenses, they go 3-4 deep at receiver and 2-3 deep at tight end. When you look at Cincinnati and you know what they can do at the receiver position and what they could do last year at the tight end position, they go 3-4 deep at receiver, 2 deep at tight end. When you look at the Chiefs and what they could do, they went 3-4 deep at receiver and they went 2 deep at tight end. Really, it was just Travis Kelce at tight end, but I like that kid, Noah Gray. I think he's going to turn into a stud for them, their draft pick out of Duke last year, but that's nor here nor there. When you look at the Raiders, the Raiders were one of the better offenses last year at times when they were healthy. And you look at what, they could do. They had a bevy of receivers. None of them really moved the needle, right? But they had a bunch of options. Hunter Renfrow was a guy you could not cover, especially down in the red zone. And they had Darren Waller, and they had the tight end from LSU, who I loved, Foster Moreau. So they could go 3 deep at the receiver position, and they could go, 2 deep at tight end. I could just keep going on and on and on. The Buffalo Bills, 4 deep at receiver. They could go 2 deep at, well, they had 1 tight end last year. But still, 4 deep at receiver, 2-3 deep at running back and 1 tight end. When you talk about the best teams in football last season, the ability to score the football stems from having multiple options. You want to take this guy away? Fine. I got 2 more dudes who can do things that can get us the football into the end zone. I thought the Bills were the perfect microcosm of what the league is morphing into. So you want to take away Stephon Diggs. You want to take away their tight end, Dawson Knox. And, you really want to focus in on not letting Cole Beasley hurt you on 3rd downs. Okay, fine. Gabe Davis, go have yourself a game. What do you have, 4 touchdowns in that game? Like, that's their 3rd receiver going out and blazing the Kansas City Chiefs in the divisional round of the playoffs. So you got to be able to go deep, man. And you got to have more weapons than the opposition. So Dallas was another team when healthy. They easily went 4 deep, with Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, the receiver that they just re-signed. I always forget Michael Gallup. I always forget his damn name. Michael Gallup and Cedric Wilson. They easily went 4 deep at receiver last year. Gallup went down, they still had 3 dudes. You know, Amari Cooper went down, they still had 2 dudes. And they had like 8 tight ends. You know, what you going to do? Right? So you want to score points, you want to be explosive, you want to be dynamic, you got to have a bunch of dudes. So I disagree with Ben, if that is in fact what he was saying. And look, it's only one football. I'm aware, right? There's only one basketball in the NBA, right? But that doesn't stop you from wanting 3 of the best, you know, top 10 players on your team. Just because you got one basketball doesn't mean you don't want more talent on your basketball team. Just because you got one football doesn't mean you don't want as many talented guys on the football field as you can possibly get. You know, the more the merrier, the harder it is for defenses to account for Terry McLaurin and some of the weapons that we can put on the football field. So, again, if that's what he was getting at, I disagree vehemently. But I think he might have been coming at it from a different angle. He understands. He's not a dummy. He understands. You know, in order to be successful, you got to have a bunch of guys, and you got to be able to spread the wealth, and that's what we're looking to do. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North, writes, I'm tempering my expectations for the offense this year. Seems like every time we get excited about a unit, they fail spectacularly in last year's D. So Scott Turner has no excuses now, though. I'll say that. I would agree with that. Like, I like Scott Turner. I think he's gonna have a tremendous season this year. I still don't love his, you know, situational awareness. Maybe that will get better with some of the players that we now have on the roster, but there are no excuses. You're right. You know, I don't want to hear about a quarterback not being able to make this throw or that throw, not seeing the field well, this, that, or the third. You got everything you could ask for now. You got a quarterback that can make every single throw on the football field. You got enough receivers with speed and talent to work every level of the football field adequately. You have enough tight ends. You have enough running backs. The offensive line is just fine, and it may not be better than last year's iteration when healthy. Maybe it is, you know, with the 2 Panther guards coming in here and them, you know, reuniting with John Masco. Reunited and it feels so good. Maybe they get back in there and all of a sudden they're playing at Pro Bowl levels again. And this offensive line is mashing people in the mouth in the run game, because those dudes, they come up and they bring you know, a bad attitude and bad intentions in the run game. They can pass block, don't get it twisted, but those guys can get after it in the run game. So maybe, you know, Sam Cosmi was putting people's dick in the dirt last year in the run game, which I didn't think was his thing. I was like, yeah, Sam Cosmi, I think he can be a pass protector, but I don't think he's that physical. Bullshit. Okay. Sam Cosmi was doing dudes dirty last year early in the season. So if you get some guards in here that start scooping dudes and dumping them on their skulls, all of a sudden now we might be able to run the football on your ass. We'll see. I don't think Scott Turner's morphing into a run dominant team overnight. Ron would love him to. That's not his MO. But there's no excuses. I agree with you. I'm tempering my expectations for this offense too. I said it already earlier in the evening. I'm not going off the deep end. Some of you are already talking reckless. Carson Wentz is going to do this and do that, and he's going to put up 4,500 yards passing and 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, all this bullshit. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting any numbers on nothing. Not now, at least. You know, we get closer to the season, someone's going to ask me, hey, what do you think? What are your projections for Carson Wentz this season? And I'll probably throw out some arbitrary numbers, but at the end of the day, I'm not going off the deep end, man. I'm right there with you. I'm tempering my expectations for every unit on this team, defense, offense, all of it. I need to see it. You know, I've been sucked in hook, line, and sinker. Last year, I wasn't talking reckless defensively, but I did think the defense would be the catalyst. They would be the vehicle that drove this football team back to the postseason if we were to go. They were awful last year, and I told you, they were going to take a step back. Why? Because we were playing all of the best quarterbacks in the league. That's why there was no way we were going to shut down Herbert, Mahomes, Allen, and Rodgers, and Russell Wilson, and Tom Brady, and Matt Ryan. It was just too many of them. They were coming in waves, and Derek Carr. It was just too many elite level or, you know, fringe quarterbacks that we had on the schedule. It was impossible for us to remain a top 10 unit, top 5 unit. But what I did say was, despite us taking a step back defensively, we're going to see what they're made of, and we're going to feel so good about this defense when they stand up to the likes of Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, and guys like that, and Herbert. And no, we weren't feeling good about that unit. Not until after the bye. Really, it was right before the bye. I keep saying this, but it was that Green Bay game where things started to turn in the favor of this football team. Thought we played well defensively against them in Denver. And then after the bye, of course, Tampa, Carolina, and the Seahawks and the Raiders. But that was the part of the schedule where you could play better defensively. You know, we didn't think we were going to shut down Brady and force him into some mistakes and turnovers like we did in that game. But we did. We picked off Mahomes twice in the first half, if you recall. I think we picked him off, twice in the first half. He had that crazy moon ball interception right before halftime where he's trying to get away. He's getting slung down and he throws it up in the air. I think Bobby McCain picked it off. Like, we did some good things defensively at times, but we were inconsistent. I need consistency for both units. So I myself am going to wait and see. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see what happens with Carson Wentz and his offense. I'm not even going to allow the preseason to get me excited. If they come in the first possession of the first preseason game, march it right down the field like a well-oiled machine, or it's a slant to Jahan Dotson and he takes off for 63 yards, I'm not going to get excited, because I did that shit with Chase Young last year when he sacked Cam Newton in the first preseason game using his hands and a latch and snatch move that we hadn't seen in his rookie season. And I'm saying, oh shit, Chase is ready to go off for 18 this year. And then his ass had a sack and a half through 10 weeks of football. So I'm not doing that shit this year. You got to show me, man. I've done this long enough. I've watched this team long enough. I've been a fan long enough to know better. And I got sucked in last year. I'm not going to lie. I knew, but I even with getting sucked in, I still had reasonable expectations. I told you 10 was the ceiling and 7 was the floor. That's what it ultimately was. 10 was the ceiling and everything needed to go right for us, and clearly it did not. And I said 7 is the floor because that's what the floor is for a Ron Rivera coach team, is 7. So I don't know if my prediction will be that dissimilar this year. I think the ceiling, because you have a quarterback now in Carson Wentz that could maybe bust through that 10-win ceiling. I think the ceiling might be slightly higher, especially with the schedule. We'll look at it and see how, because we were set up for some bullshit to happen. When you put your 5 final games against divisional opponents, you don't know what your season is going to look like. You don't know if you're going to be healthy. That's what really, if we played those teams earlier in the season when we were relatively healthy, who knows what the outcome of the division or our season would have been. But because you waited to the end of the season, we were all kinds of banged up and COVID destroyed our roster, we had no chance in those games back into the season against Dallas twice and Philadelphia twice. So I assume they're not going to do that shit again. And so I'm anxious to see how the schedule's set up. And, sometimes it's how they set up the schedule at the beginning that really gets you off to a start. Like, if we start off the season with Jacksonville in week 1, the Giants in week 2, and then Houston in week 3, shit, they're setting us up for a 3-0 start to the season. Who knows what happens if you win all 3 of those games? All of a sudden, you got all this confidence. It could balloon and blossom into something. But if they start us out week 1 at Tennessee, that could be a loss week 1. And all of a sudden, now we're in that position that we find ourselves in every year, it seems like. Very familiar territory. Can't afford to be 0-2. And then you look at the schedule, you say, and can't be 0-2 because you don't want to go to Dallas in week 3 at 0-2. Don't win in Dallas very often. Like, every year it feels like we're saying that same shit. Stands for Ron's first year. It seems like every year, don't want to drop to 0-2. Really put yourself behind the 8 ball then. How about we get off to a 3-0 start? It'd be nice if the schedule was favorable, where you get a layup to start the season off. They say, hey, if you can't win this one, I can't help you. I'm going to give you Houston week 1. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to get off to a 3-0 start. I'd love to have 3 games, 2 out of the 3 we're favored in to start the season off. That'd be nice. But the reality of the situation is we're probably going to be playing somebody really good in the first 2 weeks of the season. And you're like, I don't know about that one, So we'll see what the hell happens. But the schedule will be important, because it will dictate how things go. If we play Arizona week 1 in Arizona, What do you want me to do with that? You know, what do you want me to do? I can't help you. So, you know, we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. But I'm with you. I'm tempering my expectations for every portion of this team. Special team. Everybody. Oh, we got a kicker now. Do we? Do we? He's a slugger. Do we have a kicker or not? We're going to find out. I'm not 100% sure. I like what I saw. He didn't miss a single kick for us last year. Small sample size. Do it again. Do it again. Pit Fight Entertainment. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. So glad to have you be a part of the squad. Coach, looking forward to chopping it up with you on a regular basis now. And thank you for your membership. MOBB, you know what to do. Open your arms wide. Welcome Pit Fight Entertainment to the MOBB. Welcome to the squad. My Dominican brother. All right. Rob you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Rob you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, sup, Lou? What's Dotson's ceiling? Dotson's ceiling in this league is, I've said his floor is Deontay Johnson. So at a bare minimum, he's Deontay Johnson. I'll take that with hands. You know, Deontay Johnson has a ton of drops, but Deontay Johnson's a really good receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's his floor. His ceiling, I think, is prime Emmanuel Sanders. That's what his ceiling is to me. Go look at Emmanuel Sanders' first year in Denver to his last year in Denver. I think that's prime Emmanuel Sanders. That's Jahan Dotson ceiling. That's not a bad football player. If he can be E-Man Sand for us, we've got ourselves a hell of a football player. And I think that's what we have. So we'll see. Von Jingo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Von Jingo writes, just wanted to say congrats on the Twins, champ. Keep up the great work. Thank you for that. They turned 5 months today. Time flies, doesn't it? It just seemed like yesterday I was in the hospital after a big win versus the Raiders, doing a live stream after the game. You could hear the monitor beeping in the background. Time flies, man. They turned 5 months today. So thank you for that, man. It's it's been a hell of a journey, man. That's for sure. But I wouldn't change it. Like I've said, I've lost a lot of sleep, and they kick ass. But I love them to death. Thank you for the super chat, Von Jingo, and the well wishes. Marcus B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Marcus B writes, if Wentz sucks, think we go quarterback first round next year? No. That's the exact reason that they drafted Sam Howell, so that they didn't have to go through the quarterback song and dance next year. If Carson Wentz is not on the roster, and if he's not your starter next year, he's not on the roster. You know, not paying him whatever his contract has. He probably has a roster bonus, the start of the new league year next year, that you would be on the hook for if he's on the roster. And then it's, you know, his money becomes fully guaranteed, you know, at some point. I don't know if it's the start of the new league year next year or if it's at a certain point during the league calendar that his contract becomes, you know, fully guaranteed for that season. They're not going to keep him around. They're going to cut ties with him. That's why they didn't extend him, because they could have lowered his cap hit. You know, if they really loved Carson Wentz and knew what they were getting, they could have extended him, lowered his cap hit. We would have had plenty of cap space to go out and be adventurous in free agency when there was a lot of players out there to be had. But, you know, they don't know. They're not sure, and they can't commit to him long-term and give him, you know, guaranteed dollars into the, you know, foreseeable future. That's a bad investment if you're Washington. You need to see it from him first, and then you can go and lock him up. But if Wentz isn't here next year, if he doesn't play well, he won't be here next year. And I could see them drafting a quarterback next year if Wentz isn't here. to have a third quarterback on the roster, but I don't think it'll be in the first round. I don't think it'll even be in the second round necessarily. Now, again, you got to see the crop of quarterbacks, and they'll see Sam Howell in practice, in camp, and they'll see how he works, and they'll get a feel for him as a worker. They may not get a feel for him in terms of, what he can do for this team because he's not getting a ton of reps. The bulk of the reps he'll see is in the offseason and in training camp. But once the season starts, the first team reps go to Carson Wentz. That's, 95% of the reps. And then the second team reps or the scout team reps are going to be Taylor Heineke. So he won't see much of any reps. Sam Howell, once the season gets underway. So they'll be able to kind of get a grasp of how is he as a worker? Is he the first guy here? Is he one of the last guys to leave? Is he very attentive? Does he pay attention? Does he take notes? Does he ask questions? No, what kind of guy are we getting from that standpoint? Like, they knew right away when Ron got here, he's like, Dwayne isn't it. He, may he rest in peace, but he's not it. He's not, paying attention to the smaller granular details. He's not coming in early, staying late. He's not, doing the things that we expected him to do as the leader of this team. They'll be able to find that out about Sam Howell. May not be able to find out about his play on the field, at this level, but they'll be able to know what kind of a worker they have. And that will encourage them to either take a player high next year in the draft if Wentz doesn't pan out, or it may help them make a decision to say, you know what? We cool rolling with Sam this year to see what he's got. We don't need to invest. And look, really, at the end of the day, if Wentz doesn't pan out, but the rest of the roster is really good, then you may just feel like we a quarterback away. But if other aspects of this team, disintegrate right before our eyes, i.e. the defensive line, let's say that Chase Young he's just not as good as we thought he was, okay? And let's say Montez Sweat doesn't look like a dude that we need to re-sign, okay? So all of a sudden, you went from 4 first-round picks on the defensive line to all of a sudden, there's no more, depth. Tim Settle's gone. Matt Ioannidis is gone. Daron Payne's leaving in free agency in the offseason. You're not re-signing him. And you're not going to re-sign, doesn't look like it at least, you're not going to re-sign Montez Sweat. And Chase Young looks like he's going to be a bust all of a sudden. You went from your defensive line being the strength of your team to now, hey, we need to do something along the defensive front. So you don't know what the season is going to bring and what that's going to kind of leave us a mess with, or what we need to clean up in the offseason. If there's a spill on the cornerback aisle during the season and we look up, we say, look, William Jackson III is not it. Okay. Kendall Fuller's going into both of those guys would be going into the last year of their deals. We say Benjamin St. Juste, he got another one of them things. I'm not going to say it because I'm not putting it into the atmosphere, but he got another one of them things. And you're like, okay, he can't be a long-term solution. We got a spill on the cornerback aisle. We got to clean that shit up. All of a sudden, that's a pressing need. Defensive end is a pressing need. Defensive tackle is a pressing need. Way more than another cornerback, right? So we don't know what this season holds or will bring for us heading into the 2023 offseason. So it's hard to say what this team will or won't do. But what I can feel pretty confident saying is if Wentz isn't here next year, they're going to roll with Sam Howell and they won't be looking to draft a quarterback in the first round. Now, clearly, if a guy that they love falls to them in the first round, so be it. But the likelihood is where we'll be picking, which will be, no worse than where we were this year, probably, somewhere hovering around the top 10. If Wentz stinks or he can't stay healthy and we got to rely on Taylor Heineke again, who knows what happens? Heineke against lesser competition might be able to smoke some fools. Who knows? But I'm thinking no worse than, no better than 10 in the draft, 10, 11. No worse than, 24. We win the division in a playoff game or something like that. But you're not going to be in a position. You'll be somewhere in that, vicinity from 10 to 24, I believe. You're not getting a quarterback with that, more likely than not. So I don't see us drafting a quarterback next year. No, to answer your question. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Alex, writes, you should be worried about Philly, not Dallas. Well, they won the division. Until somebody knocks them off of the throne, they're the champs. I mean, I felt the same way last year about us. Like, until you knock us off, we the champs. They're the champs. And until somebody knocks them off, I'm worried about everybody in the division. When I say I'm not worried about a team, I'm not afraid of you. But I've already said this. Being afraid is not a prerequisite to getting your ass beat. When somebody tell you, hey, I ain't afraid, you don't have to be afraid to jump up. Chumps and punks jump up to get beat down. You don't got to be afraid to jump up and get your ass beat down. So I said all of that to say this. Just because I'm not afraid of you doesn't mean that you won't beat our ass. So I'm definitely I respect every team in this division. That goes for the Giants as well. I respect every single team in this division because we haven't gone 6-0. The Cowboys did that last year. They swept this division. Okay. Even when we won the division, we didn't sweep the division. So we have work to do. So we only won 2 games in the division last year, and that was both of them were against the Giants. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody's a suspect. Anybody and everybody in this division can get it. And I'm looking to deliver it to everyone in this division. I'm worried about everybody in this division. That includes Philadelphia, and they have improved. But I'm not afraid of Jalen Hurts. So I do think they're a very beatable football team. But even with that said, he's not the entire team. We saw last year that they minimized his impact on the team and on the offense by turning around and handing that bitch off and then using him as an extension of the run game with the read option. So they can find ways other than Jalen Hurts having to sling that thing to win football games, which is why you have to take away the run for the Eagles and make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm. But I'm concerned with everyone in the division. Everyone's a suspect, As far as I'm concerned, I'm not overlooking anybody. Everybody in the division can get it at any time. So I'm worried about everybody, not just Dallas. But they're the champs, so that's why I bring them up first. Thank you for the super chat, Alex. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Rob U, who writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Rob U? He says, what happens if Daron Payne has a monster career year? It's simple. You franchise tag him. And if I'm Daron Payne, I'm sticking it to you. I'll sign back here. I'm going to make you pay. Don't think he hasn't heard. You saw he put out a little bit of shade on socials. If you haven't seen that, go track it down. But he put out some shade where he was like, hey, I hear all of your jokes. I hear all of the chatter about me, like I'm washed or I'm trash or something. So he put out a couple of posts of him working, and he's like, yeah, F y'all. I got this. I'm going to take care of business this year. Y'all want to trade me? Y'all think I ain't worthy? Okay. He's got a chip on his shoulder this year. All right, that's good. I want to see it because he doesn't necessarily have to go, right? Like, we don't know. Like, that's what the 5th-year option is all about, is I'm not sure. I haven't given you an extension yet. I want to see more. That's what the 5th-year option says. When a team doesn't pick up the 5th-year option, they're telling you, I don't trust you, and if I could cut you right now, I would. I don't trust you. The Giants are saying, I don't trust you, Daniel Jones. When you don't pick up the 5th-year option, I don't trust you. We're not saying that about Daron Payne. We picked up the 5th-year option. We trust him. We just don't trust him enough to give him the kind of money that we think he might command on the free agent market. So he's going to have to prove it. If he comes out and he has 10.5 sacks and he is just unblockable and dominant, that's the guy you drafted, 13 overall back in 2018. That's what you were looking for. You hate that it took him to be in a contract year because you're always leery of the dude that has a career year on that contract season. But he's been good enough for us over the life of his career to where if he finally broke out, you say, okay, this is a culmination of all the shit he's been doing the first few years of his career. He finally hit that ceiling. He finally maxed out that potential, and now he's here. He can be rewarded for that here in Washington. But the likelihood is he doesn't have a monster year. The likelihood is he's the same Daron Payne, solid against the run, doesn't miss any games, very durable, reliable, but he's not a needle mover. He's just a guy. No, and that's the harsh. That's not fair. He's not a Jag, but you don't have to spend a ton of money on a guy like that. You find those guys in the draft. Guys that do their job. That's what Fedarian Mathis is, a guy that just does his job. Which is why a lot of you were upset that we spent the second round pick on him. You won't get any complaints out of me. I didn't love the value of that pick. That said, I know he's going to do his job. And there is some comfort and some solace that is taken in knowing that a guy's going to do his job, because we've had guys in the past that didn't do their job. So anyway, if he has a monster year, there's a chance he could be back here. Now, he has to want to come back here. He could feel pissed off and say, you know what? F y'all. Y'all disrespect me. I don't want to come back here. Ain't no amount of money that can make me want to come back here. I want to see what's out there for me. That's when you got to slap the franchise tag on him and say, all right, do that shit again. I dare you. I double dog dare you. You got 10.5 last year. Do it again. And if he does it again, and you say, hey, look, come on, Daron, dude, come sit down at the table. Come talk to me, bro. And if he says no, then you got to let him go. Don't Brandon Sheriff this thing and let him double up, right? If he says no and you show interest and you're like, yo, we really willing to pay you, and he says no, let him go. But you got to do that first. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Rob U writes, what is Dotson's ceiling? And I already told you what I think his ceiling is. A lot of people throwing out Santana Moss and Deshaun Jackson. He's more Santana than he is Deshaun. Deshaun's in a different class. I already said, like, that's disrespectful to Deshaun Jackson, and that's no disrespect to Jahan Dotson. It's just that Deshaun Jackson is one of the greatest deep threats we've ever seen in NFL history. That's not Jahan Dotson. Like, the two aren't comparable in that regard. Deshaun Jackson will go down as one of the greatest deep threats in NFL history. So I think that his ceiling is more Emmanuel Sanders. And again, go look at his, and I'm talking, first year in Denver, that stretch of football where this dude is lighting it up. First year in Denver to, I think, his second to last year in Denver, something like that. That's what his ceiling is right there. Let's see. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I haven't even looked at the comment. I'm going to go and guess this has something to do with defensive tackle. I'm just going to guess. I could be wrong. We've had some spirited discussions and debates about defensive tackle, about Daron Payne and his value, this, that, and the third. I got a feeling this is going to have something to do with defensive tackle. I haven't looked at the comment yet, but this is my guy, Derek B. I appreciate you, Derek B., who writes, we need those big 350-pound defensive tackles. What did I tell you? He said, that's what we're used to running 4-3, not 290 D tackles. So the league shifted. There was a shift in the league in regards to, what a defensive tackle in an even front looks like. Once upon a time, one of your defensive tackles was 330. It looked like, Garrett. It looked like Gilbert from the Packers once upon a time. Dude just looked like he can't stop eating cheeseburgers, double cheeseburgers, quarter pounders, double quarter pounders. But those dudes can move too at 330, 335. The league has changed to where unless you're playing a 3-4 and odd front, you're not looking for that space eater, that road grader, as we used to call them, the Grady Jarretts of the world, the guys that are just big as shit. And you're just like, good luck moving that dude. You probably going to need a damn dump truck to get that guy out of there. You just don't see those guys anymore. They're dinosaurs, okay? They are extinct. The 350-pound immovable object in the middle of your defense, those guys don't exist anymore. If you're 350 pounds, you're 340, you're 330, you're a ridiculous athlete. Like, you're a dancing ballerina and a ninja. Like, Jordan Davis is huge. He's one of the best athletes in a combine last year. Dude ran a 4.7 and some change. Like, are you effing kidding me? At 330 something? Seriously? He's a different breed. Like, even the 320, 30 somethings, even those dudes are light on it. Vita Vea is a load. Dude is a ballerina, man. Dude is a ninja. All right. Like, they don't make them like that anymore. And teams aren't looking for those dudes anymore. You better be an athlete if you're 330, if you're 323. You better be a hell of an athlete. Because really what we're looking for is 307 with quickness to be disruptive on the other side of the line of scrimmage, especially if you're playing in an even front. You might not even be 300 pounds. You know, Aaron Donald set a new standard in the league. Teams are looking for guys like that. Like, you might be a little undersized, but that quickness is going to make up for any disadvantage he may have in the size department. So I think them going to Fedarian Mathis is a sign that they're looking for a little bit more girth inside, because even though Tim Settle was a big dude, Tim Settle was a finesse defensive tackle. He wasn't a take on a double team, plug up the middle type of dude. I talked about one of his strengths coming out of Virginia Tech was his quickness. Sometimes he would run himself out of his gap responsibility because he was trying to knife into the backfield and make a play. And that was the out of shape Tim Settle at Virginia Tech when he was a young kid coming into the league. That was the Tim Settle that was like 330. He came in the league and got into tremendous shape. So we haven't had one of these in a long time. And it's not like Fedarian Mathis is 320. He's 310. But he is a solid, well-proportioned 310. So he'll be good inside. Thank you for the super chat, Derek B. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Rob U. Right, Lou. Overall, I think our draft was solid. If the second and third round picks were used on the Kobe Dean, I would feel a lot better. Look, I would have felt a lot better if we would have snagged Nakobe Dean as well. Look, I get it. Whatever he's dealing with, whether it's a pec or it's a shoulder, whatever, I don't give a shit. After a certain while, you say, okay, this is just tremendous value. And again, clearly, it wasn't enough value to them. Nakobe Dean might not have been as high on their board, right? Because at some point, first of all, linebacker was a need, maybe not as, and I told you guys, it's funny looking back. I told you guys, Ron, when he puts shit out in the atmosphere, when he says things, it's with a purpose. Okay. Ron doesn't make mistakes when he utters words. Everything is measured and everything is done with intent and purpose. And I told you one thing about Ron, he does not lie. He hasn't lied to me yet since he's gotten here. There's been a couple of misdirections, but he did that on purpose. And I knew what he was doing. The whole Ohio State receiver thing, when he was talking to Logan Paulson, when he said, hint, hint, I'm like, that's a setup. Ron, that's too obvious. Like, Ron's not a dummy. I said, that's the same thing he did when we were talking about the name of the team and Admirals was out there. And he said, Admirals, like, okay. I hear your jokes, Ron. I see what you're doing, right? Ron has been as transparent as it gets. And he told us when he got here, I'm a pretty transparent dude. He hasn't lied. And when Ron said, like 2 weeks before the draft, and you know what? It wasn't 2 weeks. It was like a month before the draft because they were at the league meetings when he said this. And then we had our GM, Martin Mayhew, follow up pretty much word for word. I'm like, this is something they've talked about behind closed doors because they're in unison, in lockstep here with, hey, we're good at linebacker. We really like what Cole Holcomb gave us, and we would love to see what he can do at middle linebacker. And that's a far cry from what you were saying in the exit interview at the end of the season when you were like, hey, we got to address the linebacker position. Cole Holcomb was begging. I told y'all this in his exit interview. Cole Holcomb was begging, like, bro, give me a shot. I played middle linebacker at UNC. Let me play. Let me have a green dot. And he had the green dot last year at times. But he was like, I'm all the way on the left side of the field. I'm trying to make calls and scream out to dudes on the right side. Let me be in the middle. Let me man up this defense. Let me get everybody lined up. Let me show you what I can do. I know I can do it. Well, at some point during this process, they went behind closed doors and they said, you know what? To hell with linebacker. Let's give Cole a chance. We want to go in a different direction. We want to pick off, and you know, I think it's with this Carson Wentz deal. I think Carson Wentz sent this offseason in a totally different direction, because before that Carson Wentz deal, before they had to eat $28 million worth of cap, before they had to give up their 3rd round pick, before any of that transpired and they had to release dudes, they were talking about linebacker as a need that they wanted to address. And then all of a sudden it shifted and he's like, yo, I want to see what Cole Holcomb can do. And I told y'all, I said, with that statement, and then Martin Mayhew coming behind after Ron laid it up off the glass, he's coming in and he's yamming it. I said, they telling you they not taking linebacker. And if they are, it ain't going to be early. But they're telling you, they're essentially getting you guys warmed up to the idea. Not that they give a shit, but they're letting you know in advance, so you're not surprised when we don't draft a linebacker. Hey, we not taking a linebacker. That's what I told y'all they were saying. And it's so funny that now, you know, a week after the draft, here we are talking about not taking a linebacker, and Nakobe Dean was there in the 2nd round. Nakobe Dean was there in the 3rd round, and we passed up on him both times. So clearly, Nakobe Dean and his injury, you know, concerns was something that just wasn't on their radar. They could care less about him falling. And it could have been the medical, you know, with him and a lot of teams around the league, but they just weren't interested. They just weren't interested. And I've talked about having a guy that can come in and contribute right away. And who knows if Nakobe Dean is going to be a guy that can come in and contribute right away with his injury situation. You know, he may be fine before the start of the season, and he may play lights out for the Eagles in his rookie campaign. He may not play at all. Who knows? The thing could get worse. He could tear it again. Anything could happen. It could be a lingering issue. Who knows? There was a lot of confusion with Nakobe Dean's pre-draft process. He didn't perform at the combine. He did limited work at the Georgia Pro Day. Like, there was a lot that Nakobe Dean didn't do, and maybe some of that turned teams off. Like, we weren't able to see you work out. The medical was a little murky. I think there was a lot wrong with Nakobe Dean's offseason. So, you know, maybe that was part of the reason Washington was like, nah, we good. Clearly, they weren't the only team that felt that way. So, we'll see. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy LT writes, AJ Brown and Devontae Smith greater. How will Washington stop us? We outnumber y'all. That's all y'all got right there. Like I told you, Quez Watkins came on like gangbusters last year. I was impressed with what I saw from him. He's starting to become a problem, but he's not there yet, right? But if he enters into that discussion and you continue to get the production that you're getting out of Dallas Goedert, you drafted another tight end, the kid Ferguson out of Wisconsin. I told you I like the dude, Tyree Jackson, that you converted from quarterback. He was showing me some shit in the preseason and then he got hurt. I don't know if y'all really going to explore that further or if you just say, okay, we're going to continue to work with him, but there's really nothing here. We'll see. Either way, you got some stuff. Nobody's denying that. You got talent. And the A.J. Brown trade shook some shit up. But I feel like y'all are bottlenecking over there, right? Okay. I feel like y'all bottlenecking. You got all this talent. Then you got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. So there's only so much you can do with the talent that you have because your quarterback is going to limit the ability to take full advantage of all the weapons that you have. So if Hurts comes out of here and all of a sudden he's just dialed in and he's locked in and he's playing exceptional football, the Eagles are going to be a tough team to beat. But again, it's not about Jalen Hurts, processing it. Jalen Hurts has a specific set of skills. His shit isn't going to get better, okay? His arm talent isn't going to get better. His accuracy isn't going to get much better. His decision-making isn't going to get all that much better. He is what he is. And there's a body of work that you see with Jalen Hurts where you say, this is who he is. Going all the way back to his Bama days, all the way to OU, to the NFL. It's the same shit. We're talking about the same shit with Jalen Hurts. Underthrown passes, poor decisions, poorly placed football. It's the same shit. So I don't think it's going to get incrementally better. He is who he is. He's just you. What you did was essentially said he is who he is. We're going to surround him with even more talent to see if we can somewhat incubate him, right? Insulate him and not allow his flaws. Because if he underthrows some shit to A.J. Brown, unlike in past years where you didn't have a dog that can go attack the football, the shit's underthrown, let me go get it. A.J. Brown will go and get it. He doesn't have to put it on the money now. A.J. Brown will go and retrieve the football. A.J. Brown will also drop the football. Ask any Tennessee Titans fan about that. However, he's going to go and get the football more times than he drops the football. A.J. Brown is a stud. So effectively what you've done is you said, hey, Jalen doesn't have to be perfect anymore. He doesn't have to be perfect anymore. We got a dude that will make him right regardless of what he does. And A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith is the perfect complement to him. But make no mistake about it, we deeper than y'all at receiver. We go 4 deep. Now, again, guys got to step up. We have no idea. I can't sit here and say Quez Watkins showed me something, but he's not there yet, and then want to add De'Ami Brown into the discussion. All right? That's not how this works. Same with Jahan Dotson. He's got to prove it. But we all know Jahan Dotson is going to be a good NFL receiver. If he's not great, at bare minimum, he will be good. He won't be a bust. You can identify that. I can identify that. We can acknowledge that together, okay? Now, the question is, can he take it to that next level and be a number 2 and be one of the better receivers in this division, in this conference, in this league? That remains to be seen. But right now, your top 2 are better than my top 2. Facts. You won't get any pushback from me there, right? But I feel like I've got more depth, and it'll prove itself out if we get the production that we're looking for from the quarterback position. And you might be saying the same thing I'm saying about your team, about my team. Like, yo, you're talking about my team bottlenecking, and you got all this talent and stuff. You got Carson Wentz, man. It goes both ways. You see it that way. I see it this way. And we're going to agree to disagree. But who will stop your guys? I'm not looking to stop your guys. I'm looking to slow your guys down. And this is why you go out and get a William Jackson III, a corner that's 6'2", for a guy just like this in A.J. Brown. And one thing about William Jackson, he has no problems running with an A.J. Brown. His problem is running with a Devontae Smith, a smaller, faster, shiftier dude. That's his problem. That's when he gets, behind the dude and starts to panic in his technique and want to grab. He's going to be right in A.J. Brown's hip damn pocket. I'm not worried nor concerned whatsoever about his ability. Now, can he make a play on the ball where A.J. Brown put his nutsack on his helmet? That's a different discussion for another day. But will he be in his hip pocket? You're damn right. He'll be right there with his ass every step of the way. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, will he moss on his ass? That's a different discussion for a different day. So I like my chances. I'll tell you that. We got a 6'3" corner that can run with A.J. Brown. We got a 6'2" corner that can run with A.J. Brown. I am not worried at all about size. That's one thing I'm not concerned about. Ron Rivera made sure we didn't have a size issue at the cornerback position when he got here, because he saw what happens in a division when you got receivers with size. He already prepared us for this. He was in a division with Julio, Michael Thomas, and Mike Evans. He ain't afraid of A.J. Brown. Trust me, okay? We got something for that ass. Thank you for the super chat, LT. See what we got. I got a super chat here from Martin Matthews, my guy, Double M. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Double M, Martin Matthews writes, hey, Louie. What's up, Martin? Says, we carried 4 tight ends on the roster last year and will most likely this year. Did we carry 4 at the beginning? I don't think that was the case. Let's see. We had Logan Thomas, Ricky Seals-Jones, and we had John Bates. Sammy Reyes didn't make the team. He wasn't on the roster. He was on the practice squad, and we just, at times, we protected him. He's one of the guys we protected on the practice squad. We didn't carry 4 tight ends, I don't believe, last year. I think it was 3. You got me second guessing myself. I'm pretty sure it was 3. But anyway, he says we also have 2 undrafted tight ends that are good pickups. You think we can keep them on the practice squad without being heisted by another team? Sure. Absolutely. Look, most of the time, people aren't really concerned with your practice squad stuff. They're concerned with their practice squad stuff most of the time. Okay. If I'm working with a dude and I see potential, nobody knows what a guy really is doing more so than the team he's been at practice with every day. You may get a guy that puts a little film out there during the preseason. And if you got a guy that you really believe in, it's your job to hide him. If you think he may uncover himself in the preseason, then you don't play him in the preseason. That's what teams have been doing for years. It's an old trick that you use when you want to sneak a guy to the practice squad. You just don't show him because nobody knows what he's doing in practice. They don't see what a guy's doing in practice. That said, in the recent years, we've seen less teams poaching other teams' practice squad stuff. You know, you get in a pinch, you got injuries. Yeah, I might come after some of your practice squad stuff. But, you know, if you want a guy in your practice squad, for the most part, you can get a guy to the practice squad because teams aren't concerned with your practice squad guys. They're concerned with their own practice squad guys. Like, how many times we watch Hard Knocks and they cut a dude and they're like, yo, but we really want you back. And it's that guy's decision because you cut me now. I can go sign with another team if I want. But, you know, I've been here. You know my skill set. You know what I'm capable of. I'm comfortable here. I know the system. You know, most times guys just decide to come back, but you never know, right? So I don't think you got to worry about somebody. You got to worry about if you cut your 5th round pick, will somebody want to, you know, poach that guy off your roster? You don't have to worry about undrafted guys getting poached a lot of times off your roster that don't make your football team. So, nah, I don't think that's something we got to worry about. I know I said on one of the shows earlier this week, don't talk to me about undrafted dudes, but I've talked to several people that are like, yo, this is a different undrafted year. Like, don't dismiss the undrafted dudes this year because it's a unique year. Remember, Martin Mayhew said, look, this is one of the most loaded draft classes in terms of just talent, like not top end talent, but just talent throughout. And, you know, he talked about why that was. I've talked to you about why that was. And I think it extends to the undrafted pool of players as well. Remember, last year, we only had one undrafted dude that we signed. And somebody hit me up, was like, well, we only had one undrafted dude because of COVID and wanting to keep those guys. No, that wasn't it. You know, that might have played a small role, but that wasn't why we had one undrafted dude last year. It wasn't about COVID and this, that, and the third, because other teams around the league had multiple dudes that they brought in. We just weren't interested. It wasn't a deep pool of players last year. And remember, Martin Mayhew complained about the lack of talent in the draft last year and in the pool of players. It's like, it's just not a large pool to pick from. You know what I'm saying? So they weren't interested in a bunch of guys that went undrafted because it wasn't deep to begin with. So after the draft was over, we only signed one undrafted player, and that was Jared Patterson, and he ended up making our football team. This year, we signed a bunch of undrafted dudes because the pool is larger. There's a lot more talented players that didn't get drafted. So I don't want to just dismiss these dudes. I'm not going to be talking a whole hell of a lot about them, but I'm not going to just dismiss guys like I would in the past because there's a chance, you know. I think our roster is a lot further along though. Like, you know, you watch certain videos or you see, I think some of it is clickbait, you ask me. You get certain guys out there, content creators, whatnot, that will, you know, put out a video. This is the best, you know, and I always make light, you know, in fun of Just Bomb Productions or one of these, you know, highlight video type, you know, channels where, you know, the most slept on receiver in football. And it's a dude that probably ain't getting drafted to the 6th round or didn't get drafted at all. You know, I joked about in the video they put out of the kid from UCF, you know, last year. I always forget his damn name. A little fast ass dude. Ended up with the Philadelphia Eagles at the running back position. And I think he went undrafted. Killians, that's his name. Adrian, I think his name is Adrian Killians or something like that. And you know, fastest and the most dynamic football player in college football you never heard of. And okay, yeah, and we still didn't hear about him because he didn't get drafted. Like that stuff, I laugh at that. That's funny to me. You know, I get a chuckle out of that. But you know, you're gonna get people hyping these undrafted players up. Like this is 2019 and we got 18 roster spots at the back end of the roster available because we stink. Our roster isn't incomplete like that anymore. We might have 2 or 3 roster spots at the back end of the roster. Might. Where are you getting the extra space for these dudes? Other than linebacker and corner, I really don't see a lot of headway for anybody that's trying to make this team as an undrafted player. I really don't, because the offensive line is pretty much spoken for. We got depth from top to bottom there, from 1 to 11. So I don't think there's a lot of room for someone to squeeze their way in on the offensive line. I think if you've got a defensive lineman or two, with the lack of depth that we have at D tackle, I think that's interesting too. D tackle, linebacker, corner are the 3 places where I think you might have an outside shot. They drafted another tight end. They like their tight end group. I don't see them. Sammy Reyes is still working. You got Logan Thomas. You drafted Cole Turner, and you still have John Bates, who you drafted last year. I don't see a tight end infiltrating that group of 4, right? Receiver, I just talked about them signing wide receiver Alex Erickson, and we already had 6 before he got here. Now that's 7. They're going to take 12, 13 dudes to camp because that's what you do at receiver. But make no mistake about it, there's no way if we're healthy, you're not penetrating that group of 6, potentially 7. You're a long shot at best, if that. Running back, we got 4 running backs with 5 if you count the Williams kid that's been here the last couple of years. You're not penetrating that group of 5 between Gibby, J.D. McKissick, Brian Robinson, who we just drafted, Jared Patterson, and Williams. You're not penetrating that group of 5. Good luck. Quarterback. We got the undrafted kid, the big tall son of a bitch I talked about that was slinging that bitch at the combine. Cole, forgot his damn name, man. But he'll be here in camp. He's not penetrating the top 3 though. It's not happening. He could end up sticking around as an undrafted dude that we want to continue to work with, like we did with Stephen Montez for years. He was around, never made the team, but he was always on the practice squad. See that dude hanging around and being around in that capacity. You never know. But I'm saying all of this to tell you there's not a lot of roster spot openings. There's corner that we may be a little light at. There's safety is no longer one of those positions with Percy Butler and the kid we took last year, Derek Forrest, being a special teams demon. Troy Apke, whether they put him at corner or safety, whatever position he's occupying, he's not really truly that. So if he's at corner again this year, he's really not a corner, but he's going to be listed as a corner, right? So you're not penetrating the safety position with Bobby McCain, Cam Curl, Percy Butler, Derek Forrest, and I don't know if they're bringing back my guy Jeremy Reeves, but if he's around, that's 5. You're not penetrating that 5 because they're probably more likely than not only keeping 4 anyway. Maybe a 5th. You're not penetrating that. So to me, let's say it one more time, there's corner and still a long shot there, but there's corner because they drafted a guy, but he's not guaranteed. A 7th round pick is not guaranteed much over an undrafted dude. You did get drafted, so you will get the first opportunity, but an undrafted dude, can unseat Holmes, Christian Holmes as your, as a guy to make the team. So corner, I think is up for grabs. Linebacker, definitely a position that someone can infiltrate as an undrafted dude. And defensive tackle, but as a defensive end, you're not infiltrating this group. You got Chase Young, Montez Sweat. They brought in F.A. Obata. You already had James Smith-Williams, and you still got Casey Toohill. That's 5 dudes. You're not penetrating that group. You're just not. So defensive tackle, linebacker, corner. If you got an undrafted dude that you really like in one of those 3 positions, go ahead and champion him. All right? He'll have a shot. He's going to have to prove it, but he'll have a shot. Any other position, you don't have a chance. And again, there may be 3 or 4 back into the roster spots. Maybe. If we sat here right now and hammered out a 53-man roster, I don't know if there's 3 or 4 roster spots available. So where are you going to subtract a guy to add an undrafted dude? That's the thing you have to understand. But we'll see. Chilled Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chilled Dude, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, Bringing back marching band and revamping fight song. Thoughts on this? HTTC. I have minimal thoughts on it because that stuff doesn't move me. I don't go to games, so I don't see the marching band all that often. The fight song is interesting. We'll see what they do with that and how they revamp it and make it make sense. I think it'll have the same kind of tone and, the same melody. I just think they'll change some of the words, clearly. So we'll see what happens. But, some of y'all get caught up in all of that nostalgia, the band and all that. That's fine. For you that go to the game, that stuff is important. I watch the game at home. I never see the band, okay? I rarely hear – we don't score enough touchdowns. I rarely hear Hail to the Redskins played at home, right? We don't score enough touchdowns. So I'm not at the games. I don't see the band. I don't see the cheerleaders. None of that stuff really resonates with me. So it doesn't move me any. But for those who are still holding on to the past that want a little bit of that nostalgia, that matters to you, please, by all means, knock yourself out. I could care less about that stuff. I told you this from Jump Street. I'm not that dude, okay? Hey, you're not that guy. I'm not that guy. I want to win football games. All the ancillary, off the field, pants and picnic shit, let somebody else worry about that. I could give two shits about the band and what the hell they're playing, and the fight song and all that is great. That's a part of the history of this team. And I probably care a little bit more about the fight song. But at the end of the day, if we had no fight song and no band and we went 13-4, sign me up for that. Versus 7-10 and we got a band and we got a fight song and all is right with, the historians and the historical nature of this team. I don't give a shit about that. I just want to win football games. Is that too much to ask? I just want to win football games. So I saw the press release they put out, and it's a bit intriguing. I want to hear what the fight song is going to sound like, but the band doesn't move me at all. And we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, I just want to win football games. Thank you for the super chat, Chilled Dude. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trevor Patch, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, hey, Lou, our draft was meh without Kyle Smith. He said, it's a wait-and-see situation. Terry best at number 3. Use him what he was drafted for. Kicks, punts, guns. Thoughts on trap on returns. Don't need more wide receivers. So, yeah, this whole comment, Trev, makes zero sense. Starting with Terry as a number 3, and we need to use him as a gunner and on punts and kickoffs. Like, that is asinine. It's one of the craziest things you've ever said. And you said some outlandish shit before in the past. This tops all of it because Terry being a number 3 is ridiculous. You don't need to put him on special teams. There is no value for us there in using Terry McLaurin in that light. Putting Trap back on punt returns. Trap couldn't catch claps in a whorehouse. We saw that. We had a ball thrown right to him a couple of years ago. It went right through his damn hands. I don't want to put him back there. He didn't have any, this isn't Madden. This isn't a video game where you can just stick random dudes because they're fast as hell at positions they don't belong, but you can take advantage of it because it's a video game. You can just stick Trap on punt returns and say, hey, he's fast as shit. Just put him back there and see what he can do. No, that's not how this works. You're living in fantasy land right now. As a wise woman once said to me, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. And don't need more receivers. I don't know if I disagree with you there, but clearly we need a guy on punt and kickoff returns. So at bare minimum, they're going to give him, they're going to, like they did last year. You remember last year, they put like 3 or 4 guys back there. Dax Milne was one of them, to try on kick and punt returns to see if someone could free up a roster spot. They didn't want to keep DeAndre Carter. They were trying to get someone. Jared Patterson, remember, they even had him back there fielding punts and kickoffs. And actually, he returned a kickoff. I don't know if it was in the preseason. I think it was in the preseason. And he busted a big one. It was the preseason. It was against Cincinnati, if I'm not mistaken. He had a big game in that Cincinnati Bengals. That's the game that I think got him a roster spot. And then everybody's like, yo, put Jared Patterson back there on kickoff returns and punts. And I'm like, pipe down. Okay, relax. Okay. You can't just put anybody back there, but they're going to try. And I think Alex Erickson is exactly what DeAndre Carter was for us last year. He's an insurance policy. If we stick Dax Milne and 2 or 3 other dudes back there and they all are subpar, you go, look, we didn't want to do this, but we got to keep Alex Erickson on the roster. And that's what they did last year. They didn't want to keep DeAndre Carter. They didn't have a choice. Nobody stepped up and said, hey, I'll be that dude on punt and kickoffs for you. I'll take care of that. Now I'll save you a roster spot. Nobody stepped up and filled that void for them. So they had to go with DeAndre Carter. And it actually was a blessing in disguise because he turned out to be a really good receiver for us last year as well. So we'll see. You're right. I don't think we need any more receivers, but we'll see. The more the merrier. It doesn't hurt to bring. You get 90 guys you can bring to camp. It doesn't hurt to add more to that mix. But when it's all said and done, if we're healthy, we know what dudes are going to make the roster. Let's see. Trevor Patch, my guy Trev. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Trevor Patch writes, Wentz breaks his tibia and fibula. See, I'm not subscribing to that shit. You said on his right leg at FedEx Field mid-November on the 20-yard line after getting sacked by Jordan Davis, dump trucking Commanders, which you're a Jordan Davis guy, clearly. I'm not subscribing to that. I'm not putting that in the atmosphere. I'm not wishing that on. I don't wish that on anybody. I didn't want Ryan Fitzpatrick here. I didn't want him starting. I also didn't want him to break his damn hip. I also didn't ask for that either. So I'm not putting that on Carson Wentz. I know he's got an injury history, especially late in the season. That's been a thing for him in the past. I'm not putting that out there in the atmosphere, though. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I actually have a black hat with the Redskins logo. I got a bunch of hats, clearly, with Redskins logo. Most of us do, the only black hat that I own is with the R, the yellow R. And Joe Gibbs used to wear that hat all the time. I love that hat, but it's too damn tight on my head now because I got hair. So I'd love to get that hat again. Clearly they don't sell it. Nobody's going to be selling that hat, but I love that hat. Let's see. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Will, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Will writes, hey, Lou, what's up, Will? Says, hope you and your family are doing well. Likewise. He says, got to hit the hay now. So a reminder for the viewers to like and subscribe for more amazing content. Appreciate you, Will. Get you some sleep. Catch those Z's, man. You probably got to get up and get after it early, bright and early tomorrow morning. I appreciate you stopping by and reminding everybody. You heard the public service announcement that Will just dropped on you. If you haven't already done so, I love the fact that we're up over 200 likes, but there's still damn near 500 of you out there. So we should be pushing nearly 400 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button, please do that now. Take the opportunity to hit that. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, what are you waiting on? You should have already done that a long time ago. But if you haven't, please hit the subscribe button for more great content. Turn on that notification bell. I know it doesn't always work, but you'd rather have it on than not have it on, right? So do that as well. Thank you for that public service announcement, Will. Greatly appreciate you. What's up, Devin? Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trevor Patch, writes, Sam Mills replaced before JDR. One has to go. I don't see either of them getting replaced. If one did get replaced, it'd be Jack Del Rio before it was Sam Mills. I think that Ron would have an outsider, which Jack Del Rio is, fall on the sword. Before he would have one of his core guys that he brought from Carolina with him fall on the sword. So I think that Jack looks at all of his assistant coaches as teachers. He's talked about that. We think we have some really good teachers, on the staff. There are several guys that I absolutely swear by on this staff, but Sam Mills clearly is not one of them. But I think Ron would roll with his dudes and single out Jack Del Rio. And I don't see him really doing that either. I don't see him throwing anybody under the bus. It seems like him and Jack have pretty much been in lockstep as to what they've done from a defensive standpoint and from a schematics standpoint and from a pressure look. They kind of see things similar. They come from a similar background. They both played in the same era of the NFL. I think they're kind of, one and the same in the way they conduct business. Ron's a little bit more chatty than Jack. Jack's one of those dudes, Ron will say something, the media will bring it to Jack, and Jack said, "Oh, Ron said that? Well, that's fine. I'm not going to comment on that. I don't talk about game planning or anything like that. Jack don't give you shit, right? Like Ron will slip up and he's not slipping up. I told you Ron is strategic in what he does. Ron will give you a little something every now and again. He won't give you everything, but Jack ain't giving you shit. That's where I think the biggest difference is between the two of them. Jack don't even want to tell you about our players, let alone what we doing for the upcoming game against the opposition. Ron will speak on that a little bit. Jack ain't talking about shit. We like our guys. That's the most you'll get out of Jack. We like our guys. We like our guys. We like our scheme. We like the plan that we have in place this week, and we got to go out and execute. That's what you'll get from Jack. But I think they're kind of in lockstep. So I don't know if he's getting rid of anybody. Honestly, we'll see. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Marcus Dixon, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Marcus, who writes, drafting Howell in the 5th will not shake Wentz, but when the fans / media start calling for him because Wentz isn't playing well, then I believe that will get to him and he will fold like a lawn chair. Thoughts? Again, if anything gets to him with a third-string quarterback, like this isn't Jalen Hurts, a second-round draft pick, who's already, as my guy Derek B. eloquently brought up, even though I don't think they were, bringing Carson Wentz, they were bringing in Jalen Hurts to take Wentz's job. I've said this already, and I know what Howie Roseman was doing, and I'm going to defend Howie on this until the cows come home. He drafted Jalen Hurts as an insurance policy because Wentz had gotten hurt the previous 2 years, getting to the playoffs. In 2017, when they won the Super Bowl, Wentz was on an MVP type pace. He gets hurt against the Rams at the Coliseum, and Nicholas Foles had to come in. The next year, Wentz is playing well again. He's leading them to the playoffs. He gets hurt again, and Nicholas Foles has to go on the road and beat Chicago, and then they're an Alshon Jeffrey drop away in the 2-minute situation away from probably upsetting New Orleans and getting back to the NFC Championship for the second consecutive year. So he comes back in 19, and they finally get rid of Foles because, look, this guy cannot stand Foles being behind him. There's too much pressure. The championship Foles won is looming large and hanging over his head. It's just a lot of extra pressure that he doesn't need. So they end that discussion, that debate about Foles versus, Wentz. They give him an extension just so he knows, hey, dude, you're the guy, right? And they get rid of Foles. But they do draft Jalen Hurts the following year. Why? Because in 19, after having another spectacular year with a bunch of no names, he's throwing a football to, he drags that carcass of a roster to the playoffs, and in the first or second possession of the game, gets a knee in the head from Jadeveon Clowney, or I think he actually got speared by Jadeveon Clowney, helmet-to-helmet contact, and he's done. And Josh McCown has to gut it out. He tears his leg all up. He's on one leg, limping around. And they should have won that game. Seattle stunk in that game, but they had nothing at quarterback. So Howie goes into that offseason saying, look, we got Foles no more. We don't have Nicholas Foles anymore. McCown, bless his heart, he tried to give us everything he had, but he barely made it through the playoff game. We got to get us a dude because Wentz has shown he can't stay healthy. He's going to get us through the first 13, 14 weeks, and we're going to have a winning record, and we're going to be playoff bound, but somebody's got to be able to bring us home. That's why he drafted Jalen Hurts. But Wentz still couldn't get over the whole Nicholas Foles thing, and all of a sudden, you get this second-round pick, and he's starting to doubt himself. There's a little bit of pressure now. Now he's taking some of your reps. They were bringing, not like they were bringing him in to throw the football. They were bringing him in to run read option and run shit. An extra thing you had to concern yourself with. read option and option plays, speed option and shit like that. They were bringing him in for. They weren't bringing him in to drop back and throw it. But Wentz heard footsteps, and it started to play on him, and he wasn't playing well. But I think that had something to do with it. If you're concerned with a third-string quarterback that we drafted in the 5th round at any point this season, whether you're playing well or not, and look, what the fans are going to do. Because fans are going to be fans. He's not playing well. He has a bad game early in the season. Put Sam Howell in. You already know what it is. He can't let that shit get to him, okay? He has to know Sam Howell's not even a threat. Taylor Heineke's more of a threat to him than Sam Howell is, and Heineke's not a threat. So if he's concerned with anything behind him on the depth chart, he's not the guy for the job. Simple as that. Simple as that. And whether it happens early in the season or middle of the season, if he's not playing well, then he's not the answer anyway. But if he's playing well and, he has one bad game and people start calling for Sam Howell and that affects him, he's not the right man for the job. Nobody has a perfect season where they don't make mistakes and don't have a game that they regret and some throws they miss and that they want back. Everybody has a game or two like that. Even Mahomes and Rodgers and Herbert and the best in Allen and the best that this league has to offer, they don't play their best every single week. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills went to Jacksonville and scored 6 whole points last year. So he can't be affected by anything that he's hearing. And if he is, he's not the right man for the job. It's as simple as that. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Marcus Dixon. J-Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy. J-Mart writes, what up, Lou? What's up, J-Mart? Says, AG will get replaced if the fumbles continue. I think that's the only way. Thanks for what you do. I agree, J-Mart. I think barring injury, that's another thing that could be impactful, but he's been relatively healthy. I mean, he's gutted through some things. So I don't see Gibby missing. He hasn't been a missed 3-4 games a season type of dude. I think he missed 2 games in his rookie season with the toe. Pretty much the entire Steelers game, he missed that. That was where the toe really first cropped up. He missed the following week against Seattle. He was back against Carolina. So he only missed 1 game technically, but he missed pretty much that entire Steelers game. But I take that back. He missed the 49ers game too on the road when we stunk on offense, but the defense had 2 defensive touchdowns. So he missed the San Francisco game, and then he missed the Seattle game after that. And then he was back for Carolina. So he missed 2 games that season. And last year, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he missed any games. He was hurt for much of the season, but he played through injuries and he gutted it out. So I don't think durability is going to be a concern. Now, that was the bigger Gibby, the 225, 230-pound Gibby. What does the 217, 220-pound Gibby look like, and how does he withstand the rigors of an NFL season? We'll see. But barring, him not being healthy, I think fumbles. I don't think it'll be for performance. I don't think it'll be a performance-based benching or transition away from him getting the lion's share of the carries. I think you're right. It's literally Ron keeps talking about ball security. If Brian Robinson didn't fumble and ball security, it'll only be because of ball security. If Gibby can keep it high and tight, if he can hold on to the rock, I think it's his job, like I said, to lose. And I think he's the more talented of any of the backs that we have. He's the most talented. He's more talented than Brian Robinson, but Robinson's the more natural runner. It was the same shit we said about Peyton Barber. Peyton Barber wasn't anywhere near Antonio Gibson from a talent perspective, but he was a more natural runner because he's a natural running back. So that's not saying much. I agree. Fumbles will be the reason that Gibby isn't your leading rusher or doesn't have the most carries at the end of the season or isn't your feature back at season's end. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Michael Harvey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Michael Harvey writes, Lou, I seen film from last year. Landon Collins was laying them down at that big nickel. He was playing well. He did. When he finally embraced Linebacker, he couldn't stand people calling him a linebacker. I was like, it's semantics. Linebacker, safety, okay. He don't want you to call him a linebacker. Just call him a safety, okay, if that makes him happy. But when he finally embraced that role, he was dominant. And you go watch, there are a few games in there, that I can highlight in particular. That Denver Broncos game, okay, that Green Bay Packers game, that Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, there was a stretch there. And then that Panthers game, there was a 4-game stretch, the 2 right before the bye, the 2 right after the bye. He was out of his gourd. He was playing at a ridiculously high level. You're like, who in the hell is this masked man anyway? Especially that Denver game. You go watch that Denver game and you're going to see Landon Collins playing out of his mind. Yeah, he played well for us at that Buffalo nickel spot. Yeah, someone's going to have to step up and play Buffalo nickel and play at a high level. Cam Curl's my first choice for the Buffalo nickel role, but they like the versatility. We'll see what they do. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Metaphor writes, you can quote me, F it, I'll do it. Chase getting 20. That's an easy quote to throw out there because nobody's going to hold you to that. If he gets 20, you're going to take credit for it, and I would give you credit for it. But if he doesn't, I'm not going to come back and find you and seek you out and say, hey, you said Chase was going to get 20, and he only had 6 sacks last year. So you're in a no-lose situation there. If he hits 20, which he's not, but if he does, one, we're going to be so damn excited. We're going to be bouncing off the damn walls if he has 20 sacks. And 2, we'll give credit to any damn body, if he gets 20 sacks. We'll be singing a whole different tune about Sam Mills III and his ability to coach. And I put this on Chase Young. If he wants to be great, it's going to have to be despite the coaching. He's going to have to go do this on his own. I firmly believe that. And I don't know what he's being coached. He could be being coached some really good techniques, and he's just not using them, for all I know. But we'll see. That's all I'm going to say. Because Sam Mills III was here in his rookie season when he had, the 7.5 sacks and he was wreaking havoc. What was different then? I think the difference was he was only a year removed from Ohio State. So a lot of the things he learned from Larry Johnson, he was still using. I think that Sam Mills hacked away at a lot of those principles and tried to teach him other things that made him less useful. And I also do think a lot of it was on Chase thinking he'd arrived and that, this shit is easy. Like, I love that Micah Parsons said, this shit is easy. I'm hoping he has a similar Chase Young second season where he's enlightened, because he was like, this shit ain't no different in college. This shit is, now he made it look easy. He really, truly did. And his athleticism is different than Chase Young, and it's on another level. And so I think he's going to continue to dominate. But he's another dude that thinks this shit is easy. Like, I don't got to put in no more extra work. I got this shit. It's easy. We'll see. He might be right. It is easy. And for some guys, it just comes natural to them. It is easy for them. They make it look easy because of their skill set. I think Chase Young thought he was that dude. He was a made man, and he's not. He's not explosive enough. He's not dynamic enough of an athlete to think he could just show up and kick ass. He's going to actually have to put in the work and the time, and he's going to have to put in, the effort in terms of, bolstering his move Rolodex, his tool belt, if you will. So I'll quote you, but it ain't a quote that's going to stick. Nobody's going to hold you to that metaphor. He ends up with 6 sacks. You might get 1 or 2 petty people in the chat that'll come after you. Like, I remember you said Chase was going to get 20 sacks, but ain't nobody coming after your ass. But if he gets 20, you're going to be screaming it with a megaphone. Hey, I remember I said it. Chase was going to get 20. So we'll see what happens, man. He doesn't have to get 20 to be effective. He gets 11 sacks this year. I'm ecstatic, and I'm like, okay, that's the dude we drafted. So we'll see what happens. Mr. Yeto, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Mr. Yeto, writes, sup, Lou? Sup? Says, what other positions you want in the second wave? Again, Corner is something that still intrigues me. We don't have to make a splashy move, though. Like, it doesn't have to be James Bradberry. But I would like another veteran back into the roster. I like Roberts last year. Darryl Roberts was, perfect. Torrey McTyer was another veteran. Perfect. Like, I want somebody like that back into the roster that in a pinch, because corners go down all the time. Like, it's rare that you get 5 corners that just stay healthy all year long and you don't have to tap into your depth. At some point, we're going to need a corner or two to step up. I'd like to see them, get a veteran in here. And I think Corn Elder is still on the roster. Like, it's hard for me to get excited about Corn Elder. I think he's another guy that is a veteran, technically speaking, that Ron is comfortable with, that probably rounds out the group at the cornerback position with Danny Johnson as the 5 guys that, have a chance to be on the roster. And Christian Holmes will have to beat out like a Corn Elder as a veteran to make the football team. But corner is one that, I would look at. Defensive line, I still think we need defensive tackle help. I think they got to do something there, man. Like, they can't be comfortable with what we have. We got 3 defensive tackles, really. Again, if you want to throw in, some of the dudes that have been working, like David Bada and Daniel Wise, who I think they view as more of a defensive end than a defensive tackle, but they like his versatility, go right ahead. But, I mean, I think they got to add another body. One more would be suffice for me. So defensive tackle. I don't think they're going to do anything at linebacker. I'm going to just be honest with you. But, I wouldn't mind a linebacker. But, I mean, what are you really getting this time of the year at linebacker? Unless something shakes free. So, for me, the 2 positions, defensive tackle probably is first on the list. Defensive tackle, got to do something. One more veteran, and we're fine there. And, at corner. And I think that's really it for me. Linebacker would be something that I would explore, but I don't think they're going to. Corner and defensive tackle are the 2 for me. So, let's see. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, CPJ writes, I'm looking forward to Percy to ball out like Cam Curl did and Scott to get creative with our offensive weapons with Wentz. Exciting times. It is exciting. In case y'all forgot, Ron's playing. I ain't forgot. I ain't gave up, and I ain't out of the car yet. Still Ron's playing. I thought it was said well early on by King of the North. I'm tempering expectations. I'm not going to jump off the deep end on any side of the football. I am excited, though. I'm excited, but I'm also realistic. That's why y'all love me. Because while I am a fan, right? I'm a fan, first and foremost. So I get excited just like the next man. I do keep it real with y'all. I keep it a buck, and I keep the expectations where they need to be, right? I don't go overboard. How many times have you heard me talk reckless 12-5 before a season? It doesn't happen because we haven't won double-digit games since 2012, and we haven't won more than 10 games since 1991. You're not going to hear me. You get people, I used to always laugh at Raiders fans who would talk about the Super Bowl. I'm like, hey, y'all skipping all kinds of steps. Y'all like a baby that's just been born, and at 11 months, you want the baby to be running. Forget crawling and then standing, getting his balance, and then walking and taking steps. You want the baby to be running at 8 months. Did you forget about crawling? Did you forget about standing up, getting your balance? Did you forget about walking and getting comfortable walking and standing on your own too? 10 toes down? Then you can run, when you get the hang of that. Raiders fans they hadn't made the playoffs in eons, hadn't won a playoff game since 2002, and they were talking Super Bowl. I'm like, y'all funny as hell. I feel the same way about Washington fans that want to go 12-5, that want to go 13-4. And I'm like, you do realize that, in order to do that, and you can have a season, but we haven't had a season since 91. So it's hard for me to envision doing that. You got to win 10 games first before you can start talking about winning 12, 13. And clearly you can catch lightning in a bottle, have a hell of a season, and you play a schedule that's favorable and get matchups that are favorable while you're playing good football. And yeah, you could skip the 10 wins and go straight to 12. Absolutely, it could happen. But, you know, I see it as a process with this team. So I like the fact that we played in the playoff game. I keep bringing that up, but that's big. A lot of the guys that are here played in the playoff game in 2020, and that bodes well for this roster because they've played in meaningful football games. You know, they played in games where they had to win, you know, just to have a chance, and they got it done. You know, it wasn't pretty against Philadelphia in week 17 in 2020, but they got it done. That's all that matters. I don't give a shit who was in, who wasn't in. We got it done. And, you know, I think the legend of that Tampa Bay playoff game as it took on a life of its own. It's been grossly exaggerated how close we were to beating Tampa Bay, but they helped us out a lot in that game. But still, we battled them. You know, it wasn't a pushover. We didn't lay down and allow them to walk into FedEx and come out with a easy, you know, victory. They sweated it out a bit. So I'm looking forward to everything you said, from Percy Butler getting an opportunity to be this year's Cam Curl, to Scott Turner having all the weapons he could ask for and a quarterback to get on the football, and having this offense have a chance to finally be dynamic, something we haven't seen this offense truly do since 2016. So, yeah, it's an exciting time, but that's all it is excitement. It needs to turn into actual tangible wins for me to really, truly get excited. You want me to talk cold hard cash during these NFC Super Friends streams? Give me a reason to have confidence, and I'll do that. You know I'm capable, fully capable. We won 4 in a row, and I lost my damn mind last year, okay? And that's when we were scoring 17 damn points, right? When we were playing the best football of the season, and going into that Cowboys game and the Eagles and all those games that were coming up. Again, I didn't know the avalanche of shit that was coming our way, from COVID to injuries. I had no idea that Landon Collins and J.D. McKissick and Logan Thomas and all these guys were about to go down to season-ending injuries, and that our, you know, roster would be ravaged by COVID to the point where we had to get Garrett Gilbert off the street and start him on a Tuesday night against the Eagles. Like, who could have assumed that those things were going to transpire? But give me a reason to talk cold hard cash, and I'm slapping down Benjis left and right. Who won it? I got the big ass, you know, brick phone made out of money, and I'm talking into that shit with all kinds of nonsense, right? Give me a reason, though. Give me a reason. I ain't there yet. They got to show me first before I can talk crazy. Jahan Solo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, my fiance is pregnant, a boy, gonna name him Ben. Congratulations. First of all, congratulations on having a fiance. So that means you're about to get married somewhere in the near future. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on, you know, your son. May that pregnancy be a healthy one, and may your baby boy come out healthy, able-bodied, and, you know, ready to just take in all that life has to offer. Hopefully you're ready as parents to embrace that young child, bring him into this world, and give him all the love, care, and life lessons that he needs to grow up to be a productive member of society. And, you know, congratulations to your family growing. And also, if this is your first, congratulations on becoming a father. It is one of the most beautiful things that one can go through in life. It is one of the best titles to have, that of being a dad. I think father is a title that anybody can be. Anybody can be a father. You give birth to a child, or you impregnate a woman, you are a father. Okay? It takes a real man to be a dad. And hopefully you get to become that. And if you've already got kids, then you know what it's like. I'm rambling here, and you don't need to hear this, but if this is your first child, congratulations, man. Whatever the case may be, whether it's your third or your fifth or your first, congratulations. If it's your first, it's nothing quite like becoming a dad for the first time. Soak it all up. Take it all in. Congratulations once again on everything. Jahan Solo. Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy BD, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, hey Lou, what's up BD? Says, if the D struggles and JDR gets the axe, anyone would you like to see in his place? I mean, there's a lot of talented defensive guys out there, but I'll just say this because I don't have anybody off the top of my head that I would want. But whomever they bring in, I want him to be a younger guy, a younger, energetic guy that is more in tune to what defense is in the NFL now. I don't know if Ron is open to that or not, because Ron, again, Jack and Ron are kind of on the same wavelength. They kind of see the game the same, and how they defend things. Whatever they decide to do, I would just prefer them to bring in a guy that is a bit younger, that's a savant, if you will. Like, for instance, the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, for whatever reason, his name escapes me. Sean McVay identified him immediately. Like, yo, this guy's going to be my next. When he got rid of Wade Phillips, to hire and promote from within, the guy that's the Chargers head coach is killing me. I got to know. What is his name? Because I'll be sitting here talking to y'all thinking about what this guy's name is. Chargers head coach, Brandon Staley. He identified Brandon Staley like a year before he fired Wade Phillips. He's like, this dude's going to be my next defensive coordinator. And he kept telling people, shh, stop talking about Brandon Staley. Y'all going to force this dude to get a head coaching job. This guy's brilliant. He's like the equivalent of me on the defensive side of the football. And it proved to be true. He took that defense and they went from, a solid unit to the number one defense in the league that was clobbering teams. And he got a job because of it. And then they went from him to Raheem Morris. That's the kind of guy. Raheem Morris been in the league forever, still a young man. That's the kind of guy that I'm looking for. Like somebody that gets it, going to put players in and not afraid to mix things up, to do different things defensively, to play around with some of these pieces that you have. Like, don't just, okay, you line up at left defensive end, you line up at right defensive end. And we're going to keep I know Wink Martindale gets a bad rap. He's in New York with the Giants now, right? I know he gets a bad rap because he was so aggressive. I'd much rather have a coordinator that, and again, there's a time and a place for aggression. Like Greg Williams pretty much got ousted out of the league when he decided to bring zero blitz at the end of a game against the Raiders, in which they only chance they had to lose was giving up a touchdown, and they leave a corner that had no business being one-on-one with Henry Ruggs by himself, and Derek Carr just launches it out as far as he can get it off the back of his foot, and Henry Ruggs runs under it and they win the game. Like, there's a time and a place for that. And we saw Wink Martindale do that time and time again last year, and that's part of the reason he got fired. First game of the season versus the Raiders, in overtime, he comes with an all-out blitz. Derek Carr does the exact same thing, throws it off his back foot to a wide-open-ass receiver who walks in the end zone, and they lose the game. He was over-aggressive, but if that's who you are, I'd rather die being aggressive and coming after teams than sitting back. Like, I would like a Todd Bowles type dude. I mean, Todd Bowles clearly is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he's a guy that he's a pressure dude. And when the game's on the line, you're getting pressure. He's going to come with it. He's going to be smart about it. He ain't sending 8 dudes and just man-to-man across the board. And if one dude gets beat, it's over. But he coming with some kind of, exotic pressure. He coming with something. I just want to see somebody that is willing to roll the dice a little bit. Like, and it's crazy because when Jack blitzes, we usually hit home. It's a shame that I can think about, like, the last 4 or 5 times we've actually run like a creative blitz and they've worked. I remember the game against the Giants. He sends Kendall Fuller on a cat blitz and he gets a sack. Like, why do I have to beg you to do these things? It baffles the mind. It boggles the mind, I should say, and it baffles me. But I would just like to see a guy that is a little bit more creative and is more open to defending these, wide open NFL offenses with creative defensive schemes. That's what I would look for. If that guy is a young guy or if it's an older dude that gets it, whatever. But I would just love that. Let's see. Washington football fan WGIL, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I do not like Sam Mills. Why does Ron? Because that's his guy. I told you, he feels like his coaches are teachers. And he feels like Sam Mills III is a teacher. And he feels like his students aren't getting the lesson. And that's not on Sam Mills, if you ask Ron. It's not Sam Mills' fault that Chase Young and Montez Sweat aren't abiding by the principles of the defense, and they keep running up the field and running past the pocket and allowing quarterbacks to step up. That's on them. That's not on Sam Mills. As far as Ron's concerned, they're being taught the right way, and they're not adhering to the guidelines and the principles of the defense. So Ron doesn't see it as a Sam Mills problem, because what happened when those guys went out, and this is what everybody liked to say last year, which I think is just total bullshit. But, I think the level of competition was better for Washington. Not necessarily Tampa, but Carolina wasn't great. We got a hot Carolina team, though. That's the difference between when the Eagles and the Giants and the other teams in the division. They didn't get Cam Newton at quarterback coming off of a shellacking of the Cardinals on the road and, having won like 2 in a row and feeling good about themselves. And Cam making his first appearance back in Carolina. They didn't get that. They didn't face all of that. We did. But still, Carolina was Carolina. They weren't world beaters, right? Like, the games in which they played, and they played well, Carolina, Seattle, the Raiders, those offenses weren't dynamic. Like, we got the Raiders without Darren Waller. Like, they weren't the same Raiders when we saw them. There was no Henry Ruggs by the time we got to the Raiders. They were a different team. So, to me, we got some teams in a good spot, and those guys, yeah, they played their roles well, and this, that, and the third, but he's not John Masco, right? Our tight end coach that just retired was outstanding, and I honestly think that the guy they replaced him with, why am I blanking on his name? Juan Castillo was going to do a fantastic job. He's another teacher. I feel confident in Juan Castillo coming on board. I love our secondaries coach. Chris Harris is a star in the making. I keep talking about that. Like, you want to know who I wouldn't mind being a defensive coordinator? I'd love to see Chris Harris get an opportunity to be a defensive coordinator. If they got rid of Jack Del Rio, why you got to go outside? Promote Chris Harris, the defensive coordinator. I love his energy. I think he would be a little bit more open to doing some different things. So why not Chris Harris? He's going to get a defensive coordinator job eventually. Why not here in Washington? So anyway, he likes Sam Mills because he believes in Sam Mills. That's why. John Livingston, my guy JL Smooth, 105.3 JL Smooth. Thank you for the super chat, John Livingston. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I'm late. Better late than never. All right. You're late. You're still great. He says, work has been crazy. Get that bread. You know how I feel about that. Get that bread while it's there to be got. Love chopping it up with you. One day when I get my podcast started, we can collab, but I digress. Can't wait, man. He says, you think Bart Scott can't wait. He says, you think Hugh was lying about being paid to lose? Why wouldn't he show up or talk? I don't know if Hugh was just trying to get in on the lawsuit. I wouldn't be shocked if Hugh Jackson was telling the truth. I think there's a lot of shit that goes on in these behind closed doors with these teams that stink, where they're thinking about, long term. Look, we are garbage. We need a quarterback. We can't afford to win games. Like, you can't tell me, like, even though Miami ultimately got hot and won games that year, they tried to lose to Washington on purpose. I think that, like, Brian Flores saying that Stephen Ross came to him and said, for every game you lose, we will pay you X amount of dollars. Like, that game against Washington, they ran the worst 2-point play I've ever seen in my life that had they might as well had snapped the ball and had Ryan Fitzpatrick spike it into the ground. That's the equivalent of the play they ran. Like, we knew it was coming. They ran it with a guy that hadn't practiced it all week. That play was DOA, and they ran it anyway. It reminded me of when North Turner told our field goal kicker, I want to say it was Murray at the time, he told him, Coach, I can't kick past 48 yards. And it was a 51-yard kick to win the game. And he told him, like, Coach, I can't. He said, get out there and kick the damn field goal. And of course, the shit came up short and we lost. Like, it was almost like, he was like, yo, Coach, this shit ain't gonna work. Go run the play. Go run the play. And we stopped them and we won the game. It felt like they lost that game on purpose. They could have beat us. All they had to do, first of all they had to do was kick the extra point. We were dead. We weren't scoring another point in that game. Okay. We did all our damage early, I think, in the first half, and maybe the first possession of the third quarter, Terry caught the pass and then did the little karate move. And then we were done. We didn't score another point. We were dead in the water. The momentum had totally switched. Fitzpatrick came in the game and started blazing us. And if the game goes overtime, we lose. They had all the momentum. We were dead. And they go for 2 and they lose the game. I could see organizations, owners, front offices telling coaches, hey, we need to keep losing football games. I wouldn't be shocked. The Browns were terrible in those days. They didn't have a franchise quarterback. I could see them going to Hugh Jackson and saying, bro, it benefits us to lose games. I don't know if Hugh's telling the truth or not. I don't know. I've always looked at Hugh as a no-nonsense guy that told it like it was. So I could see it, but, Hugh could also be clout chasing. I see a lawsuit. I'm going to jump in, see an opportunity, get my name back out there, to maybe make a couple of bucks. Why not? So anything is possible. I don't know Hugh well enough to say if he's lying or not, but the league already said that they haven't found anything. But do you trust the league? Nobody trusts the league when they say stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see. Jason Files, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Jason writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Jason? He says, happy Mother's Day to the missus. Likewise, I second that. I talked about that on the podcast last night, and I'll do it again before we get out of here. But happy Mother's Day to all of the misses out there, all of the people out there that are moms, whether you're a mom, you gave birth, you're adopted, or, you're somebody's aunt and you're like a mom, somebody's cousin, but you're taking care of a young sibling, whatever the case may be. You're somebody's sister, but you pretty much like their mom. Happy Mother's Day to you too. Ron's plan, I understand their thoughts. We already took risks. Quarterback, D-line, no need for more risk. Safe draft to the next step to 10 wins. Just major role players. That's one way to look at it, is that we've taken major risks already, and we need those risks to pay off. And now we need to get players that we can count on, that will be accountable. There's probably some validity and truth to that. But, in the same breath, I talked about blue chip players and how those guys put you over the top. We don't know if Jahan Dotson's a blue chip player or not. We're going to find out. We feel like Terry is a blue chip player. Could Cam Curl be a blue chip player? We can find Cole Holcomb at middle linebacker might be a blue chip player, playing behind for Darian Mathis, who all of a sudden starts eating up blockers up front and allowing these linebackers to roam the field. William Jackson III may show us what he's truly capable of. He may be a blue chip player. Who's to say what we have on the roster? We're not 100% certain right now. So maybe there are more blue chippers on the roster than we even know. And now that they're comfortable in year 2 of a scheme, or they're comfortable with the speed of the game, or, they've got more talent around them, so they don't have to feel like they got to do it themselves, so they're not playing hero ball anymore. Whatever the case may be, we're going to see. We're going to see. I'm excited about it. But, again, temper your expectations. I want to see it first. Dejan Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Dejan Bell. writes, William Jackson should have Pro Bowl year. You agree? I don't know. We'll see. I would like him to be playing at a Pro Bowl level. The Pro Bowl is a popularity contest, so you can already pencil in Jalen Ramsey for one of those spots if he decides to go, because Jalen Ramsey could have a terrible season, but he's a name. So William Jackson III is not a household name. So unless he goes out and has 7 interceptions this year, people don't really know who William Jackson III is. He's going to have to ball out to get that recognition. So I just want him to play at a Pro Bowl, all-pro type level. Whether he gets the nod or not, I could care less. He can have no interceptions, but have a stellar year. Remember Ronald Darby and how he played for us in 2020? The man had 0 interceptions. But Ronald Darby was holding it down on that side of the field, right? Like, we love what we got from Ronald Darby. That's why a lot of you were pissed off when he didn't re-sign here, and instead they went after William Jackson. I just want that back. I mean, it was tough to complete a pass on Ronald Darby's side of the football when he was healthy in 2020. I just want that back. The interceptions are cool, and I told you I love interceptions, but I'll take some PBUs too, man. I take a guy saying, no, not on my side. No. Lock him up. Lock him up. And that's what he was doing on that side of the field. I'd love to see William Jackson start doing that. So it'd be nice, but I can't say that I know he's going to do that for certain. But it'd be nice. Michael Mason II, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Michael Mason II writes, what free agent should we go after? Could we trade Payne? There's no particular free agent that, is out there right now as we speak that you say we got to have that guy. Could there be a reunion with Landon Collins? Maybe. They got to want him back, and he's got to want to come back. And there's got to be mutual interest on the part of both parties. Right now, I don't know if that's the case. I think Washington might be like, hey, we good without Landon. We got Percy Butler. We don't need Landon Collins. That may be the way they go into camp. We'll see. But, if one or two guys get cut loose, like, as we mentioned, the corner for the Giants, that could be an intriguing guy to add to the roster, but I just don't see it happening. James Bradbury, I just don't see it happening. But, should a guy like that get released elsewhere, that is at a position of, need, like defensive tackle, for instance, a team might have drafted 2 in the draft, and now they look at one of these dudes that's about to make $6 million this year, and they're like, we can recoup that $6 million right now, and they cut him. That would be intriguing, but I don't have anybody right now, because this time of the year, there's usually not, there are veterans that, are waiting for the phone to ring, but there aren't any young, talented football players that you're interested in that are available right now. That won't happen until cuts start happening, as we get into the preseason. So could we trade Payne? Anything's possible. Highly unlikely we trade Daron Payne. Highly unlikely. Again, we already don't have depth at the position as is. I think Daron Payne is of more value to us than to trade him away. It's just like having a used car. You've already paid for it. You own the title. It's got 147,000 miles on it, but, it's worth a lot more to you to still be able to drive that from here to there, and not put a whole bunch of extra miles on your new vehicle that you have. This one still works perfectly fine. Yeah, when you're trying to stunt, you pull out the new whip. It's clean. It's sitting on 22s. It's got a nice little system inside. And when it's nice out, you roll the windows down, you turn up the music a little bit, and you ride slow. But you don't need to do that with your 1999 or your 2005 Toyota Camry. It still runs. It still works. It still gets you from where you need to go. It's good on gas, right? And somebody wants to give you $1,000 for it, and you're like, man, I want $2,500. And they're like, I give you $1,000. You're like, well, this car is still worth more to me than apparently it is to you. So unless you're going to give me what I'm asking for, I'm not giving you my Toyota Camry. So Daron Payne is worth more to us than just giving him away at this point. Now, again, if somebody came at us with an offer we couldn't refuse, then you move him. But who's doing that this time of the year? Like, he's not. I don't think he's getting traded. So, but anything's possible. I don't think he's getting traded though. John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JL Smooth. Double up. 105.3. JL Smooth writes, Lou, you see these new helmets being tested with built-in fans? They apparently work flawlessly. Could be huge in the South in that heat. Not sure how many times it has happened, but once it's too much, rip Corey Stringer. A lot of these people don't even know who Corey Stringer is. Talented offensive lineman for the Minnesota Vikings that died in the, I want to say, the late 90s. I want to say something like 99, maybe 2001, something like that. He passed away from heat exhaustion at practice. Fans are great. Keep you cool. You see guys a lot of times take their helmet off. First thing they do, you thinking they're going to, squeeze that water bottle in their mouth. No, they squeeze that shit all over their head, down their back, try to keep themselves cool. Any improvements that they can make first of all, I'm worried about safety. Is this thing safe? Like, you're not going to have dudes getting a concussion because there's some kind of mechanism inside the helmet that is keeping them cool. As long as, and I'm pretty sure they're working out all those quirks and anything that could go wrong, any mechanical failures that could potentially be harmful for the person wearing the helmet. It's a lot of things that go into that, but if they can perfect it to where you're saying it's flawless right now, if they can perfect it to where it's a flawless invention, then it would definitely be great. Like you said, especially for the teams that play in the South and in those really warm weather climates, especially late, football starts, especially in college football in the late, stages of the summer in August. Some of those places, it's 100 and some odd degrees, at the beginning of their college football seasons. And it doesn't really start to really cool down until the end of September into October. So it'd be great for some of those teams, for sure. The Q-Bone, my guy Q, what's good with you, man? Glad to hear you're going to start doing vids again. Cannot wait. The Q-Bone writes, what up, Lou? What's good with you, man? It's always good to chop it up with you, Q, man. Really appreciate hearing from you. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Edward Washington. Thank you for the super chat, Edward Washington. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm excited about Cole Turner. Who do you think will be the biggest draft contributor other than Dotson? There are about 2 or 3 options available for this one. So the first 3 guys that were taken, all are going to be key contributors. They're all going to play a ton of snaps. They're all going to be first four, because Ron made it abundantly clear that Percy Butler is also going to be another guy that's a massive contributor on his football team. So the first 4 guys are going to play a ton of snaps. That includes Fedarian Mathis and Brian Robinson. Now, Robinson can have his snaps significantly decreased by Gibson's production and J.D. McKissic's health. If those guys are playing really well, then Brian Robinson's role is probably reduced to just more of a short yardage back. That said, I look at Mathis as a contributor, a key contributor. I look at Cole Turner as a guy that could potentially, now again, his is dependent upon, how the offense is run, his development as a blocker, and then, how he adapts to the speed of the game and physicality. That was something else that he was bothered by, was physical play down the field, still, having that mentality of a wide receiver. So he's going to have to, bow up and get a little stronger, but he could be a big contributor, could Cole Turner. To me, it's Percy Butler. Like Ron, like I said, it was actually shocking to hear Ron say, look, we play 3 nickel look, 3 safety look, 53% of the time last year. So right out of the gates, this young man is playing at a bare minimum 53% of the snaps. Yikes. To the point where Ron said, hey, he might be the best special teams player in the draft, but he might not be playing a single lick of special teams for us in the upcoming season. He might be that instrumental defensively for us. Okay, well, damn. Okay, so I think it's Percy Butler. That's the guy that I'm going with. BHHD Ty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, thoughts on Bradbury to DC rumors? Also, AJ to Philly is giving me Kenny G to the Giants vibes. I feel it may be underwhelming because of Hurts. It could be. It could be. A lot of people are talking so much shit about Kenny Golladay like he can't play. And I'm like, you do know this dude was a stud for the Lions when he was healthy, right? All of a sudden now he's trash. Like, no, it's definitely the offense. It's definitely the quarterback. I don't think it's going to be that. AJ Brown's too good. He played with Ryan Tannehill. It's not like he played with a world beater in Tennessee, right? So I can't see him just falling off a cliff production-wise. I can see his numbers declining a bit, sure. Because this is the guy that was pretty much 1,000 yards. You could put him down for 1,000 yards, essentially. He's not that. I don't know if he's that guy or not. Maybe he will be with, Jalen Hurts at quarterback. But I don't think you're going to see him be a guy that fans are disappointed in, like the Giants fans were disappointed in Kenny Golladay. So Bradbury to DC, clearly it's another Carolina Panther that was there on the run. Ron actually drafted him, in Carolina. So clearly that's going to be something that people try to connect the dots on. So not shocked that that's a thing, but at the end of the day, I don't think we have the money. I mean, again, there are creative ways to pay James Bradbury a ton of money and, reduce his cap hit this year and, move his money into future years. Like that the money's not the problem. I just don't know if there's a roster spot for him. You've got 2 starting corners. You got a third that you like in Benjamin St-Juste. And my biggest thing is, and I've talked about this already, you've already invested in financial capital in the position in your 2 starting corners in Kendall Fuller and William Jackson III. Are you willing to invest yet again a third veteran contract into the cornerback position? That's crazy to me. That's asinine that you would spend that much money on the cornerback position. I can't see them doing that with 3 different contracts, even though none of them are ridiculously priced. And both of them, the contracts that we've signed, are over after next year. Because Fuller signed a 4-year deal and, he signed here when Rivera got here. So, next year would be Rivera's 4th year. So his contract would be up after that season. And William Jackson III signed a 3-year deal after Ron's 1st year. So again, both of those guys would be going into free agency after the 2023 season. So technically those contracts will be coming off the books here shortly. I just don't see them investing any more money in the cornerback position from a veteran, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Anyway. See what we got. Mark Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Feel like you've already doubled up, but just in case, double up, my guy, Double M. Mark Matthews writes, hey, Louie, do you think they will use Brown as a slot receiver this year and Dax and Cam will get more playing time? Oh, did you call your dad this week? I have not called my dad this week, but I have spoken to my dad this week. Called my mom on Duo. Dad was around, so I got to talk to him. I'm going to see my dad tomorrow, though. Going down to the 757 to see the fam, go to happy hour with my sisters and kick it with the fam. It's something that I like to do quite often. I'm a big family dude, so I will see my dad tomorrow. We'll talk about basketball and NBA playoffs ad nauseum. We'll talk about the draft. We'll talk about everything under the sun. So can't wait to see Pops and chop it up with Boss Man. But thank you for asking. Do I think they're going to use De'Ami Brown as a slot receiver? I do not think they're going to use him like primarily as a slot. I wouldn't be shocked. They taught him every single position last year. So I wouldn't be shocked if they, again, I want to see him in the slot as a receiver in a 4 wide receiver set. When I feel like our death lineup, like the Golden State Warriors have a death lineup. When they got Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Poole all on the court at the same time. It used to be with KD as well. I think our death lineup could be all 4 of those receivers on the field. You probably going to have a tight end on the field too. I don't see them going 5 wide, no tight ends on the field, because when Logan Thomas was healthy in 2020, he was always on the field. Even when we went 4 wide, 1 receiver, or 1 tight end, it was always Logan Thomas. It was usually 3 wide receivers, Logan Thomas, and a running back. Even when we went empty, Logan Thomas was always on the field. So I can't see us going 5 wide, no receivers, no running, or no tight ends, no running backs on the field. But what I can see, or what I want to see, I should say, is when they go 4 wide, go 4 wide, first of all, put pressure on the defense to have to put their 4th best cornerback on the field or else, and exploit that 4th best corner, right? Dyami Brown should be able to run by that guy. Bare minimum. If you can't run by him, he should be able to threaten him with his speed to then open up something underneath, whatever the case may be. Our 4th guy should beat your 4th guy. And I'd like to see him in the slot, because if you got Terry on the outside on one side and you got Jahan Dotson on the outside on the other side, I'd like to think that those safeties would be more worried about those guys on the outside, or even a Curtis Samuel on the inside, and kind of shifting and leaning towards their side of the field than that of Dyami Brown. Like, he's supposed to be an afterthought this year, which is why I think he could have a massive, season, is because you play in Washington, the first guy you're going to try to stop is Terry. The next guy you're going to probably try to stop is Curtis Samuel or Jahan Dotson. Pick your poison. If Dotson shows up early in the season and establishes himself like Terry did in his rookie season, then that guy will be Jahan Dotson. Then you got to worry about Curtis Samuel. And if you're not, he can hurt you. And then way off the beaten path is Dyami Brown. I feel like he should be able to expose some, 3rd and 4th string corners. So they could use him in the slot. He got slot work last year, but we'll see. We'll see. Phil Ricards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Greatly appreciate you, Phil, who writes, "Hey, Lou, what's up, Phil?" Says, "I hope that you and the family are well. Likewise." He says, "I enjoyed draft night with you and the guys. A big thank you." I did as well. It was so much fun. I really, truly had a blast with you guys. It was just an awesome night. It was my favorite draft party thus far that I've had. Was those 2 nights were outstanding. He says, "I really like our draft picks. I get the team's logic, which is a first in years. I have high hopes for our new wide receiver." I like the draft as well. I don't love it yet, but I like it. I definitely don't hate it. I'm not frustrated by it. I'm not baffled by the picks or the selections. None of that stuff. I like the picks. We'll see if the like turns into love. As far as the logic, I've been able to make sense of everything. That's why I'm okay with it. Where I struggle is when I can't make sense of something. Then I struggle, like, okay, where's the rationale behind this? Why did you do this again? And then if I don't buy what you're selling me as an excuse or as a reason, then I further, I take it a step further and say, okay, I'm calling you on your bullshit. I didn't get any sense of that. I haven't had that since Ron's gotten here. The only time, as I mentioned, was when he was going through the chemotherapy. I think he was a little off, and he was talking about wanting to, not call his timeouts at the end of games because he was trying not to get guys hurt, but yet you're still out there running plays that doesn't make any sense. It's counterintuitive and counterproductive. And I thought he was talking out of both sides of his mouth. But again, he wasn't in his right mind. It's the only time Ron I felt like been, a little bit disingenuous since he's gotten here. Other than that, Ron's been pretty much straightforward with us. So I take what he says at face value, and I get why they did what they did in the draft. So, and I too have high hopes for Jahan Dotson. He is, to me, the best receiver we've put across from Terry since Terry's gotten here. Not saying much. I know, I get it, but it's not. They've tried to get guys, not very hard. You know, the earliest they spent the draft pick was the 3rd round, but they tried. It's not like they haven't tried, right? And they did go out and get Curtis Samuel. So he's the most talented receiver we put across from Terry. So, Mr. Yeto, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Mr. Yeto, who writes, I know you want a UDFA guy, Lou, but the guy from Notre Dame, Drew Wright, I know exactly what you're talking about. The linebacker, can he contribute in the lineup? I know you're a huge Notre Dame fan, so wanted your thoughts. I love Drew White as a leader on the field, gets guys lined up. Drew White is a younger version of David Mayo. Period. Love me some Drew White, but there's a reason he didn't get drafted. And it's because he lacks the kind of athleticism you're looking for at the position. I like Drew White. He knows where he's supposed to be, and he finds a way to get there, you know. And he was an emotional leader for the Fighting Irish, a guy that you could count on, rely on, show up each and every single week, sure tackler, all of the things that you look for, all the intangibles you look for in a middle linebacker, similar to David Mayo, just lacking in the athletic department. And that's going to be exposed at some point. He's got a shot, though. I wouldn't rule him out. There's a lot of things to like about Drew White. God's son, Belton. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. God's son writes, what's up, Lou? What's up? He says, call in live streams were pretty epic, ? Not really. I mean, there were some, you know, really, like, there was one call in particular with this young lady. She called in and she had to be like 15 years old and she knew her shit too. And so she calls in to the show and you could tell she's probably like in her room, you know, on the side of her bed, hiding from her mom. Her mom told her to go take a bath. And she's like, I'm about to call into this show before I go take this bath. And so she's calling in and she's dropping all of these gems. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm kind of taken aback because you hear the voice, you know, she's a young girl, but she's spitting these facts. And I'm like, oh my God, she knows her stuff. And right as I'm about to answer, you know, her comment that she made on the line, her mom busts in her room and says, what are you doing? Did I tell you to take a bath? She said, I'm going. And she hung up the phone. It was hysterical. It was classic. It'll never die for those of you who were there. And then the next week, her sister calls in just to rag on her. So it was crazy. But the problem with the phone lines was people didn't respect the time limits on the calls. It got out of control. I'm not a disrespectful guy. I didn't want to hang up on people. I don't like cutting people off when they're in the middle of a sentence. And then, you know, people always go, well, real quick. And then real quick turns into 8 minutes later. And I don't have time for that shit, you know? So the phone lines were cool, but I need to have the discipline, and you got to have the discipline as callers to be able to know when you've said enough and that other people want to get through. And it didn't work. So it was cool while it lasted. It served its purpose, but yeah, I can't see myself going back to that. Phil Ricards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for doubling up. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Phil. Greatly appreciate you, Rights. I love Cam Curl at Buffalo Nickel, but would like Collins back. The defensive tackle will protect the backers. He's immovable. Would you go for the Giants cornerback? I mean, he'd be a welcomed addition to the squad. I don't see them doing that. As far as Landon Collins, I've got no problems with him coming back on board. I said this about Alex Erickson and how he would stunt the growth of a Dax Milne or someone like that if you brought him on board this roster. Same thing with Landon Collins for Percy Butler. If you bring Landon Collins, first of all, Landon Collins views himself as a starter. So you can't bring Landon Collins onto the roster and say, hey, we want you to be, the fourth safety on the roster and our backup Buffalo nickel. He's not going for that shit. Just like Adrian Peterson wasn't willing to take a backup role where he was a mentor. So Ron was like, hey, either you take this mentorship role to Antonio Gibson or we cutting your ass. He's like, well, cut me then. Like, I just don't see Landon Collins being okay with being the fourth safety on the depth chart. And Ron has made it abundantly clear that Percy Butler is getting in the game, period. End of discussion. So unless Percy Butler disappoints them in camp, and again, they'd have to get to camp and Landon Collins would have to still be available. But if they were to get to camp and they see this kid just can't do it, or there's an injury or something like that happens, then they would hit up Landon Collins. But I think they're actually feeling good about what they've done, and I don't think they hit Landon up. So we'll see. And for Darian Mathis, let's not act like he's starting, right? He'll be in the rotation, but he's still behind both of the Bama wall of Payne and Allen. So we'll see how many snaps he actually is getting. I'd assume that as the season wears on, he'll get more and more snaps. But early in the season, I don't think he will get a ton of snaps. Phil Ricards, thank you once again for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Phil writes, congratulations, Jahan. Being a father is amazing. Couldn't agree more. He says, I was a single dad. My kids are grown and doing well. It's so rewarding. You're right, Lou. Not waffling. It takes a real man to be a father. I think it's the opposite. A father is, anybody can be a father. That's why it's called Father's Day, if you ask me. Because anybody can be a father. You cannot see your kid pay child support. You're a father. That's your child. You're on the birth certificate, right? I think a dad is a guy that is influential, a guy that is in someone's life and actually has a role that they play in the development of a child's upbringing. And you don't have to give birth to someone to be their dad. I know of so many people that their stepfather is their dad. You know what I'm saying? The guy that's been there for them, not their real biological father, right? So, that's just how I feel. And you could see it in the reverse. Anybody could be a dad. It takes a real man to be a father. I just view it in the opposite. I think it takes a real man to be a dad. Anybody can be a father. Anybody can impregnate a woman. It takes a real man to own up to his responsibility. And even if you don't work out with the mom and still be there for that child. So, again, congratulations to Jahan and best wishes to you and your fiance. And I pray that your baby is healthy and that your relationship with your fiance grows, blossoms, you get married, and that child is the centerpiece of your existence. And maybe you have more. But congratulations once again. Marcus Dixon, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Marcus Dixon writes, who improved the most this offseason in the NFC East? I'd have to say right away the Philadelphia Eagles have improved the most. Theoretically speaking, just us getting a quarterback is huge after what we've dealt with the last 2 years. But, the Eagles getting Jordan Davis, the Eagles getting Nakobe Dean, the Eagles getting A.J. Brown, the Eagles getting Hassan Reddick, the Eagles getting Kaiser White. All of these players are going to be huge for the Eagles. I just think the Eagles got a lot better at some key positions. And, having Travis or Jason Kelce come back for one more year, even though they drafted Cam Jurgens, I just think the Eagles are in a really good spot. I still think that their quarterback position is a concern, and we'll see if he takes some kind of step that I don't think is possible. But if he does take a huge step forward, the Eagles are dangerous. If he doesn't, then the Eagles, they could win 9-10 games, but nobody's afraid of them. In this league, you only go as far as your quarterback is able to take you. If your quarterback isn't good enough, you're not going to go very far. So you can get by in a regular season playing against lesser teams, running the football down their throat, playing quality defense. But everybody's good in the postseason. So that shit doesn't work. You got to have more than just, hey, we run the ball and play defense. That's why the Titans are usually one and done, because that shit doesn't work when you play against a team that actually can score the rock, and also can play a little bit of defense themselves. They're going to put your ass to sleep, just like the Buccaneers put the Eagles to sleep last year. So if he can't bring something more to the table than just being a running threat, the Eagles are going to continue to struggle, and they're going to have to upgrade the position next year. But I think the Eagles are the team that improved the most in the division. Martin Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Double M once again writes, hey, Louie, as of this morning, I have a new grandson, and he will be dripping in Commander's gear. With that being said, Giants about to cut Bradbury. Do you think we will jump on him, or can we not afford him? First of all, congratulations on your grandson. I mean, that is awesome. And I don't know what that's like. I don't want to know what that's like for a very long time. I'm pushing that away for a while, but I imagine that is just as rewarding as becoming a father. And it may be even more so because it's not yours, right? So you get to love it, love on that child, spoil him to death, and then send him back to his parents. Like, there are perks to being a grandparent. That said, that is awesome, and congratulations. The Giants releasing Bradbury is going to happen if they don't trade him. It doesn't seem like they're going to find a willing trade partner at this point, and thus it's going to force them to do something that they really don't want to do, but they don't have a choice, and that's cut him. And when they do, there are going to be a lot of teams interested. I think the New England Patriots, to me, are the front runners. Like, I don't know how much money they have, but that's the kind of player that the Patriots are looking to sign. They don't have a guy like that on their roster as we speak. They did draft a corner in the draft, but he's not James Bradbury. As far as I'm concerned, the Patriots are the number one team to get James Bradbury. After that, I think the Eagles are right there. It might be 1A, 1B with the Patriots and the Eagles. I don't think we're in the top three, personally. But I would never doubt Ron Rivera and his relationship with James Bradbury. But I just look at it like this. We had a chance to go get James Bradbury. Ron's first year, Bradbury was a free agent. We thought he was going to sign here. And Ron made a beeline for Kendall Fuller. It was a cheaper deal. Maybe that was what interested Ron, but he could have signed James Bradbury, and he didn't. We had the draft capital. I mean, we had the cap space. We weren't in a financial bind. He could have brought Bradbury on board, and he didn't. So I don't know. I don't know if that's something that they'll try to do or not, but we'll see. Thank you for the super chat, Martin Matthews. And way to rear that grandchild up the right way. Phil Ricards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Phil writes, hire Kerrigan as D-line coach. Shaking my head, LOL. Mills leave, LOL. I mean, that would be just as bad because Kerrigan would show them the same thing that Mills is showing them, which is clips of Ryan Kerrigan. Kerrigan would show them in person. So it wouldn't get much better. Yeah. Leno Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Or excuse me, stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Mob, you know what to do. Show Leno Ryan some love. Welcome him with open arms. And thank you for becoming the newest member of the MOBB. So glad to have you. Welcome to the squad. Leno Ryan Benvenite. All right. See what we got. 1/6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, 1/6 Devil Doc writes, just got in, Lou. Like I said previously, feel good about our draft. Think Dotson, Robinson, Butler, Howell, and Turner have high upside. I think they do as well. And they really like Fedarian Mathis. Like, I know you left him out because you don't think his upside is that great, but they really think he's going to be a very productive member of this defense for many, years to come, and that he's going to play a pivotal role in potentially really helping out the linebacker position into the future. So I think that's, something that we'll see. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Tony P 56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tony P 56 writes, 1, based on the traditional 1960s style of assistant coaches, is Scott Turner creative enough to utilize weapons properly? Is Ron in the way? So not all the coaches are old and outdated. Like, that's not fair. And I think Scott Turner is different. He grew up a football lifer. His dad was a coach. He's probably never wanted to do anything but coach ball his entire life. And so he gets it. I like Scott Turner. I like the way he speaks. I like his demeanor. He doesn't make excuses. I like Scott Turner a lot. I think he demands a lot of his players. I think he's a really good, offensive coordinator. And I do think one day he will be a head coach in this league. I do firmly believe that. And I think people around the league feel that way about Scott Turner as well. That said, this is his opportunity. This is his moment. If he is to ascend to the head coaching ranks, this is when it should start, right here with Carson Wentz and the weapons that we've surrounded him with this season. This is when Scott Turner's ascension to head coaching candidate, where he's getting interviews and his name is being bandied about around league circles as a guy that you're looking to hire to marry with a young quarterback that you've just drafted, should surface. It should start this year. This is when he needs to start taking advantage of all of the, years of learning from his dad and implementing all of these different things and bits and pieces from this guy, that guy, and coming up with his own system. This is it. Scott Turner, I think, has a chance to really do some damage this year. We'll see if he takes advantage of it. I don't think Ron is in the way. I do think Ron wants to run the ball a little bit more, but you get a lead and then you can run the ball all you want. Get the lead and then you can start hammering away at opponents. But I don't know if we'll be, playing with the lead or not. We'll see. 1-6 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. 1-6 Devil Doc, who writes, Mathis' impact is hard to measure, but if our linebackers have a good year, part of the reason will most likely be because Mathis kept them clean from blocks. Keep in mind that while Mathis will be getting reps, it's still Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen's show until otherwise notified. So let's not just assume Phidarian Mathis is going to be out there a ton. Now, they may start to, phase out Daron Payne as he won't be a part of the future. But who's to say Daron Payne doesn't come out and absolutely kill it this year? Like, they're banking on this man playing his heart out because it's a contract year. So Phidarian Mathis could be playing 30% of the snaps, and that's it. And that's really probably what I foresee. If we're healthy, that is. We'll see what happens. Harrison Winbush, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Harrison, love the thumbnail. Writes, Lou, Washington all my life, but talk about the Memphis Grizzlies for a second. Hashtag Washington for life. I'm a massive Grizzlies fan, and I knew they were going to suspend Dylan Brooks, DB, for game 3. Who didn't see that coming? It was dirty, and Dylan knew what he was doing. First of all, he didn't mean to injure him. He didn't get injured on getting clobbered over the head. He got injured trying to brace his fall. So a lot of people that said he meant to injure him, he couldn't have known. If he would have just fallen down on his ass and not tried to brace his fall, he wouldn't have broke his arm. But I'm not saying that that's right. Dylan put him in a position to break his arm by clobbering him over the head. And the thought process of game 2 was we needed to come out and be physical. And Dylan was trying to set a tone. He just went about it the wrong way. And that's unfortunate that we'll have to go without our best defender in game 3. But I think it does, from an offensive standpoint, help us because DB is a dude that he doesn't care if he's 1 for 10. He's still firing up shots. And there are nights when I'm like, DB, stop shooting the ball, bro. You are killing us. Give it up. Unless it's a wide open look without a hand in your face, don't shoot it. and he always in his mind has a green light. But I love his defensive intensity. I love his bully ball mentality, getting to the basket. And sometimes you need that when you're like, we had a stretch against Golden State in game 2 where, John and Desmond Bain, who's banged up, they're all on the bench. Tripp is on the bench. And I'm like, where the hell is the offense going to come from? And thank God for Zaire Williams coming back from the knee soreness. Or I don't know what we did. He was the second leading scorer. A lot of people, forget that, Ja had 47, but the second leading scorer in the game was Zaire Williams. The young fellow was not afraid of the moment. I loved the fact that he was out there playing ball. And he had to. We didn't have a choice. Desmond Bain was banged up, and there was no DB. That said, and Washington fans, I'm about to get back to Washington. That said, we're going to need more contributions from other guys. Tripp was in foul trouble like he usually is. Game 1 was an aberration. I don't expect him to do that again. And we're going to need Bain healthy. I'm glad we had these 3 days off. Hopefully his back, he gets tons of treatment, and he feels so much better going out to the Bay for Saturday's game because we need him. We can't afford to have Ja have to have these ridiculous performances to have a chance. Other guys are going to have to step up. DeAnthony Melton has been good this series. I need him to get back to his game 1 form where he was knocking down shots. He really wasn't making any shots, but his defensive performance last game, those blocks were huge. So I just love that D Melton is Mr. Do Something is back in the mix because we need him. Anyway, I digress. We got a shot. If we win the series, it'll be in 7, not 6. If Golden State wins the series, it'll be in 7 or 6. I think that if it goes 7, we win. If it goes 6, Golden State wins. So there you have it. Anyway, I digress. Phil Ricards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Phil Ricards writes, agree, Lou. Badly put on my part. I meant what you said about being a dad and raising kids. Big ups to all parents and role models. You're a good dad, Lou. I like to think I am, but, still a lot of work to be done. I got a lot of young kids around here, so got to make sure that they get all the attention that they deserve. And I want to be one of those parents that are heavily involved in their athletics at a young age. My dad was my coach for everything. My dad was my Pee-wee basketball coach. My dad was my midget basketball coach. My dad was my Mustang baseball coach. My dad didn't stop coaching me until I got to middle school, essentially. So I don't know if I can do that. Like, my dad is awesome in that regard. I don't think I can do that, but what I do think I can do is be really present in his life, in their lives. I have a daughter as well, a couple of daughters actually, and I want whatever they're interested in, I'm going to take an interest in. So thank you for that super chat, Phil Ricards. Condoleezza Perry, my girl Condo P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My girl Condo P writes, happy birthday, Sonny. Are you talking about Big Money, Sonny? Is his birthday today? If so, Big Money Sonny. Shout out to my guy, Big Money Sonny, holding it down. Happy born day, my man. Love me some Big Money Sonny. And he's a big supporter of the Louie T Network. Y'all know who he is. Shout out to my guy, Big Money Sonny. If that's who you're talking about, happy born day to Big Money Sonny. He says, happy birthday, Rufio. Also, Condo P says, happy birthday, Rufio. Happy born day, my man. A lot of birthdays going on. Okay, there's a lot of y'all May babies out there. Happy Mother's Day, birthday to all moms out there. Hit the like button and subscribe. You heard the woman. Happy Mother's Day. Happy birthday to everybody out there. Happy Mother's Day to all that it applies to. Again, I always tell people this. Without mothers, we cease to exist as a race, as a society, as a not a race. What's the phrase I'm looking for? As a we are, well, as a human race, but no, that wasn't the phrase I was looking for. I can't think of the phrase that I was trying to say, but we don't exist as people without women. So happy Mother's Day to all of you out there. Anyway, I digress. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy CPJ, double up, thank you for doubling up, CPJ, who writes, oh, you got 5 cherry emojis for my dog Sonny and Rufio. Cherries for everybody. Born days are the best days in life. Condo P need a raise on the mob's behalf. Y'all know what it is. Condo P always holding the mob down. Sonny, Rufio, hey, cherry, whatever on me, man. Whatever y'all drinking, cherry of it on me. You know, I'm not drinking it with you, but it's on me. All right. Y'all know what it is. All right. Let's see. All right. I think that is the final super chat of the night. Man, time be flying. I just looked down and saw that it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. My wife came down here not too long ago, and I was thinking it was probably like 11 something. And no, she came out here, it was 12 something, and it's going on 2 o'clock in the morning. That is insane. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. I thank you guys for joining me. You guys are awesome, kicking it with me this late. It's 437 of you still out here, and it's damn near 2 in the morning. Now, again, not all of you are on the East Coast, but still, that's dedication on your part. So, again, this doesn't exist without you guys. So thank you so much for your participation and dedication to the Louie T Network. With that said, I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, post up and take command. You guys enjoy your weekend. There will be no content coming out of this channel tomorrow. I will see you guys more likely than not on Monday. We will reconvene next week for sure. Monday, Tuesday, no later than Tuesday. I know I've got a couple of engagements and obligations that I have to other channels, so we will do that next week. And I'm going to try to get back to some level of normalcy with the podcast as well, because there's some draft talk that we need to have about all the teams in the league, not just Washington. So look to get back to that. Got a super chat here that will take us out of here. Big Money Sonny. Happy born day, my man. Happy born day, Big Money Sonny. Big ups to my guy, Big Money Sonny. If y'all out there in the chat, wish my guy, Big Money Sonny, a happy born day. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. That's love. Part of the mob. We're going to show you love. We're going to show out when it's your born day. So, it's all love. Appreciate you, Big Money Sonny, who writes, Lou, Big Money Sonny. Happy Mother's Day to Mrs. Louie T. Yes, happy Mother's Day to my lovely, beautiful wife, who none of this is able to be as smooth as it is without her. And so, yes, the highest big ups go to my wife. Indeed. Thank you so much for the super chat. And once again, hey, turn up, have a drink. I'm going out for happy hour. If you don't have a drink, I will have a drink for you tomorrow, or today, I should say. Big Money Sonny. I will knock one back for you. Indeed. Carlton Bagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, 4 cherry emojis. I'm last this time, petty today. Oh, yeah, that was funny. The draft, how y'all was being petty, going back and forth. That was hilarious. But my guy, CPJ, says he's going to be last today, being petty. Anyway, I am so thankful for every single one of you guys that make the Louie T Network what it is. Truly do appreciate you. This is a family that we've cultivated here, and I look forward to chopping it up with you guys next week. Enjoy your weekend. Moms out there, once again, happy Mother's Day. Enjoy all of you guys out there, and mothers, again, we don't exist without you. So thank you for your contribution to society. And once again, happy Mother's Day to all of you out there. And enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the playoff basketball. Enjoy playoff hockey if that's your thing, your cup of tea. Enjoy regular season baseball if that's your thing. Whatever is your thing, enjoy it over the weekend. Boxing, whatever, UFC. And then we'll reconvene on Monday. Got another super chat here from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Big Money Sonny, who writes, almost forgot. Shout out to Condo P. Shout out to the mob and the Cherry Squad. Gondo P is at the head of the cherry squad for sure. For sure. And y'all can go ahead and hold it down on the cherry squad. I'm gonna leave that to y'all. I'm gonna wipe my hands clean of that. And you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. And y'all stay petty, man. I love y'all without a doubt. Have a good one. God bless and good night. Louie T.